Hello, welcome to the show. I'm your host, Johnny Baghead, as always. Hi. It's been a while since I've been on camera, because I was sick for so long. You wouldn't believe it, honestly. Hang on, I just gotta dab on the haters quick. Anyway, so yeah, we're back today, and we are going to do the PlayStation 2 tier list that I started about it was 2 weeks ago. I took last weekend off just to help with some of my sickness recovery. But look, I'm back on camera. Yay! It's cool. It's been a long road. Yeah, it's been a long while. I don't know how different I might look today, but you know, it should be fine. So yeah, I started this tier list using a pre-existing PlayStation 2 tier list on Tier Maker that was called like over 500 games, all greatest hits, 85 plus Metacritic, I believe, because it had initials. So I wasn't entirely sure what it said. But the problem is that you cannot save your progress in an existing tier list if you added images to it. If you added images to it, you have to start from fresh, or you can only save like a screenshot. And there were just so many obvious games missing, or games on there that didn't need to be on there. And some of those I've kept on there just so we have a talking point, you know, about them. But I took all the screenshots of all the covers I wanted to add, and the ones that were already on there, which I think is I think I took like, you know, over 500 screenshots of covers and get them saved and things like that to make this new one. But I finally wait. Hang on. You know what? I've got the wrong camera on. Hang on. Let me fix that. There we go. Ah, sorry about that. I just realised that's my shitty camera. It doesn't look as good. I don't know if anyone saw that, but if you did, I hope you appreciate it. Yes, look, I'm alive again. It feels, no joke, it feels good. As much as I'm happy I've got a basic PND tuber for when I'm not feeling well, it just feels weird. I feel like I'm streaming without clothes on or something. It's so strange. But I'm back in my corporeal form. Yes, we are more here. And yes, we're doing the Tier Maker PlayStation 2 tier list. That took a long ass time to fix. Now, before we thoroughly start to add new stuff, the first thing I'm probably going to do is we're just going to have a quick look over where we left it. I've recreated it mostly how it looked before. Some games might be in a slightly different order, and there's one or two that I think I've already moved because I think they're in like the plan to play, but I'd already started them, or they were in like the plan to play, but they're might plays and stuff like that. Just a couple of those I've moved around, and we might move a couple more right at the start here, but these are ones that I wanted to do on stream if I was going to move them. So we'll see. Let me swap over here. Haha, here it is. And we'll get some. Nope. Get my music. There we go. So yes, this is the tier list that I had to remake from scratch. Though one of the plus is that I don't have that giant box of games that I didn't want on the tier list anymore. But this is all we've got to go through. We've got, as you can see, quite a lot. Some extra ones I added. Some I kept on there that I'm not 100% sure about. But I'm hoping that anyone who joins in might have some opinions on things. I also might have to like zoom in a couple of times to remember what box art's what. But let's have a brief look, see where we left things off. So, okay, the masterpiece, masterpiece, okay. So, masterpiece, this is good because I can also re-go over what the categories mean for anyone who missed the first list. Well, the first half of this list when we put all these ones in. Especially because there's some that I might talk about a bit more because we kind of rushed through some. But yeah, in the masterpiece list, I have Amplitude and Guitar Man. And I'll mention it because it's at the back here. Parappa the Rapper 2. These are 3 rhythm games on PlayStation 2 that I think are like some of the best like rhythm games out there that aren't like a kind of like new setlist sequel. You think of like DDR stuff, Guitar Hero, Rock Band, where the main addition is just songs. Like obviously there's minor tweaks to gameplay, but these are like more story based or special. Well, Guitar Man and Parappa 2 are story. Amplitude is more just because it's a unique concept and added on for what Frequency was doing. No, I've got to play more Frequency to see how I feel about that. We'll get to that. Burnout Revenge. I still stand by that this is the best Burnout game you can play. We'll talk about some of the others when we get to them. Devil May Cry 3. This is both the original and special edition rolled into one. Again, one of the greatest live action games of all time, especially impressive because it came out of the shit that was Devil May Cry 2. God of War, not stylish action, but still a one of the best hack and slash games on the console. Outside of some, if it's like edgy, raunchy, like have a mini game where you have sex. Outside of that, and some of the writing, like the gameplay alone and the presentation, like holds up so well. Grand Theft Auto, San Andreas. So it's like, what else is there to say? I put Guitar Hero 2 on here as well. And then of course, Silent Hill 2 and 3. You know, back when Silent Hill actually meant something and was good. Man, those days are long gone. And fucking more bad Silent Hill games than there are good ones now. And then Time Crisis 2, Time Crisis 3. And something important to convey about my tier list is that when I do tier lists like this, these are not in a numbered order. Like, it's not literally, this is the best game of all time. No, because when it comes to games that are in vastly different genres or even sub-genres, I don't think you can say, oh, God of War is a better video game than Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. They are so starkly different. Like, most of all you're really comparing at that point is technical elements. And I don't think that's fair. And I'm judging these as, you know, rail shooters, you know, light gun games with their covering system like that. And I think these are 2 of the best. Like, these are personally my favorite because some people will have Virtua Cop or House of the Dead above this, but Time Crisis has always been the one that I've gravitated to because of the fact you have control on cover. So it's not just, oh, learn where all the enemies show up and do your best to kill them before they hit you. It's, you have more agency, you know? And yeah, Parappa the Rapper 2. Now, and then great, we've got Burnout 2 and 3. I actually have played a decent chunk of Burnout 3 off stream to kind of see if I would change my mind, because a lot of the discussion around Burnout is like, oh, is it Burnout 3 is the best, or is Burnout Revenge the best? And after playing like several hours of 3, I stand by this. Burnout 3 revolutionized the series so much by adding the takedown stuff and the changes to the boost system. And, you know, it visually still looks great. Having said that, the stages, though there's a good variety in the stages, I didn't realize that the shortcut stuff didn't really exist before Burnout Revenge. In my memory, both games had it. No, Burnout 3, only like 1 or 2 tracks in the entire game have it. And a lot of the tracks are like quite, like the look of them's impressive, but like they're very simple circuits. You tend to be doing a lot on highways that you have to kind of get quite far in the game to start seeing a bit more variety in what you're doing. Also, it has an incredibly dated soundtrack. It is like, though it has like a couple of decent songs in there, the vast majority of it is like right when emo was really blowing up, and it just doesn't fit the tone of the game. It doesn't feel like, oh yeah, this is a game made for seeing kids, this is like emo style. It's like, no. It just doesn't work. And then the DJ Strecker is so annoying, and I don't know if it's necessarily the actor who is an actual DJ, funny enough. I don't know if it's his fault, though. I don't know if he does pre-scripted very well, because he doesn't sound as genuine to me as the game was probably the basis for having the DJ, which was SSX3's DJ Atomica, and we'll talk about that more later. And he sounds very flat. The whole justification that the DJ's there because he's commentating on a actual championship that these races are happening in, that juxtaposition is just weird. It freaks me out. It doesn't make any sense within the context. And he cuts in so much. He is talking all the time. He'll even come in mid race, and the races are only like 2-3 minutes long. Cuts the music completely off. It doesn't even fade out. It just cuts the music off completely, and he'll just start nattering and then go away again. And also, I really don't like how crash mode works in this game. Crash mode in this game, they added power-ups and score multipliers and point bonuses. And what that does is it makes it so when you do crash mode, your incentive of making big pile-ups is gone, because you cannot get the gold medals without getting those point bonuses and multipliers. Like, without those, I don't know if it's even possible to do it. So you're essentially only aiming for those and doing like the bare minimum amount of crashing to actually affect things. But you know, I wanted to get that across just because I'd played a decent chunk of it. Also, just a personal thing, if you have issue with like using the pressure sensitive buttons on a PlayStation 2 controller, having to do that to accelerate in Burnout 3 fucking sucks. Like, you know, I've got a disability in this side. I wish I was playing on an original Xbox, but like that, the only difference there is that you're using a controller with triggers, you know? So there you go. But yeah, Crazy Taxi, greatest of all time. And yeah, we put some DDR games in here. Now, I don't want to make a change in this list. I thought about this more. I think despite some of its flaws, where some of the storytelling and cutscenes feels a bit disconnected, like you kind of jump from... Not jump from scene to scene, but like when you start a mission, it feels like a lot of stuff happens off screen. And some of the more like janky stuff with controlling and aiming that San Andreas fixed. However, I think the story, the setting, the characters, and the style more than makes up for it. And I kind of felt about it more and thought, you know what? Oh yeah, you know what? I will zoom in a bit. Hang on. There we go. Vice City. I'm putting Vice City up here. I do think it deserves to be up here. The more I thought about it. Like, that being said, there is some stuff that holds it back more than San Andreas, if I was going to, like, put them in order. But, again, just, it's got really fun characters, the setting, and the style of it. carries it a lot. Obviously, the soundtrack is really good, and I think like the biggest highlight is how they you know, there's, what's it called? There's like the businesses where you get like unique missions to generate cash from and kind of build up an empire. And to this day, like, no game in the series has done it as well as Vice City. San Andreas does it a bit, but the missions don't have story cutscenes or anything like that. It's a bit scaled back and kind of annoying in that game because the map is so big for that time. If you want to go and get money from those assets, you have to like fly across the map to go get them. It's really annoying. But yeah, I feel confident that this counts as a masterpiece. And then we got, yeah, Final Fantasy X, which I also remember at the time, I think it got kind of like really badly treated. I feel like this game is better than it, you know, I think nowadays it's more well liked. And also it's such a huge step up from what they were doing. You know, like all the main cutscenes and even a lot of like dialogue outside of cutscenes, like the whole game's voiced. Obviously some of the voice acting isn't up to modern standards and even some standards of the time. It's definitely very cheesy in a way that's definitely not intended but is charming in retrospect. But you know, a lot of people, this was kind of the start of when there was a bit of a pushback against traditional JRPG stuff. Like, obviously there were complaints about it not having a world map stuff. No, I don't think the game necessarily would have been better with one, and I think the areas are built out in a way where it works. But there was so much pushback in some reviews on the turn-based combat. Like, I remember seeing a lot of reviews that were like, oh yeah, you don't turn back, that's dated, that's old, don't do it anymore. But it's like, this is like one of the best turn-back combat systems in an RPG I can think of. So like making this action wouldn't have changed things. That's a different taste, you know? It's like someone saying like, oh, you know, like hot dogs are good, but a custard cream pie is way better. It's like, that's not even close to a comparison. Like, fucking shut up. Yeah, Haunting Ground, underrated survival horror game. Sadly, very fucking expensive to get now. Would be nice if Capcom could maybe do a remaster just to give people the option to still play it, or put it on like a PlayStation Plus Classics or something. Flipnik, crazy adventure style pinball game, yep. Rise to Honor, underrated, bit flawed but fun, like beat 'em up, modern beat 'em up with Jet Li running around. Yeah, Virtual Cop Elite Edition, really fun. I'm trying to figure if you call it a remaster or not, because it does have like brand new visuals despite okay, I do have to talk about this. I recently got a copy of like a full complete in box copy because I was playing like the Japanese version because it doesn't have the PAL version doesn't have a 60 hertz option. And I found a review from like 2002 by an ex-Eurogamer person. Like, they're not there at the site anymore. They gave it a 4 out of 10. And half of it was based on stuff that just isn't true. They kept moaning. They were like, oh, they should have made new levels. They should have, like, made expanded content. And then they kept moaning about the graphics and saying, like, it barely looked different than the Saturn version. That is objectively false. I looked at the arcade, the Saturn, the Dreamcast, and the PC version. The PlayStation 2 version doesn't have any of the graphics from those versions. They are entirely redone. They are higher poly. The textures are higher poly. And in some cases, they added so much. Like the opening level of Virtua Cop 2, basically in the background, they added like skyscrapers. Like, it's a way more dense city. A lot of stuff that used to be just a texture would be a fully polyed like sign or lettering outside a store. And it's like, and remember, if you were in the PAL region, none of those re-releases came out here. We didn't get the Dreamcast versions. I don't even know if we got the PC ones. And the Saturn was such a huge bomb in this country that I never knew anyone had one. I actually hadn't even heard of the Saturn until sometime after 2010. So it's very weird to moan about, like, oh yeah, they didn't change anything. It's like, this is the first opportunity most people in Europe got to play these games. And it's a great package, has a lot of customization, even has like a gallery you can unlock, like concept and promotional art and stuff like that. It's just look, reviews are subjective, obviously. Someone can look at a video game and think the visuals look amazing, another person can look at it and think it looks like garbage. But you know, there are objective points to make, which is, did they change the graphics? Were they updated for the hardware? Yes, they were. Not to the point that Time Crisis 2 was. Time Crisis 2 is such an upgrade. It's essentially a remake. They even added motion capture into the cutscenes that was originally there. They like remade all the cutscenes with motion capture and tying them up to like the original cuts and stuff. It's really impressive. And this doesn't go that far, but it's just the review claims like, oh, we loaded up the Saturn version and compared the two. Was your TV broken? Was your TV like 5 inches? I know it was on CRTs, but I'm sure Eurogamer had access to decent CRTs in fucking 2002. But yeah, so it's only a PAL release, unfortunately. But the Japanese version, when you get into the game, you can change all the text to English. So that's just, you know, if you however you can play that version. No, unfortunately, trying to emulate the light gun stuff on PCSX2 might be broken right now. But you know, however you can play it, and you've never played Virtua Cop 1 or 2, this is a great way to play it. Bombastic, that's the PS2 version of Devil Dice, and Devil Dice is great. Amazing puzzle game. Did I change anything good? No, we got Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3, definitely a childhood favourite of mine. Definitely not a competitive fighting game, but very fun, like 2D style, like gameplay 2D, not 2D graphics, but gameplay style. Fighting game, very unbalanced, but there's so much to do in this game. 18-wheeler. I do want to clarify on this Dynasty Warriors 4. This is the cover for Extreme Legends, which I hadn't played. I didn't realize that Extreme Legends was an expansion that has separate content from the main game. So this is more of this includes both, because you know most of the main story stuff is from that original one. And yeah, I Play, The Getaway. I'm actually thinking of replaying this soon. I really want to replay these again as a different contemporary, you know, style to Grand Theft Auto from the time. And it's a fascinating game as well. You know, they're trying to make something in the style of like a Guy Ritchie, Lock, Stock and Barrel, layer cake movie. You know, a lot of people going, come on then. But they were going for a really accurate depiction of what London looked like at the time. Like in terms of getting the exact right buildings there and the graphics of it. And it's also interesting because it has licensed cars, and it's a game where you run around and drive and you can run people over and shoot them and stuff. Wild. Also, it started out development on PlayStation 1. So it would have even predated Grand Theft Auto 3. Like the whole idea. It's nuts. And yeah, Grand Theft Auto 3, quite scuffed now to play. Still fun, still groundbreaking, but yeah, definitely rough to go back to. Liberty City Stories, the PSP to PS2 port. Very basic game. Definitely like a throwback to kind of this style. Kind of feels like if a game had been made between 3 and Vice City in terms of gameplay, but still fun. And yeah, Silent Hill for the Room. Flawed gameplay-wise, some presentation design, but a really compelling story. one of the last the last Sonic Hill game we got that was actually authentic to what the series was originally about and trying to be. Definitely with its issues, definitely very confusing, especially if you try and use the like official materials that Konami release on their website that contradict the game. But you know, oh well. And then yeah, I put this is gonna upset someone, but I put these Dragon Ball Tenkaichi games in the mid because I know for in terms of fan service they are great, and for people who want to fly around and kind of almost like a virtual mech style game, it's great. I just can't. The gameplay, I just don't, nothing about the gameplay I've ever liked. They're super unbalanced and janky and just controlling the game. It feels like what I imagine fucking Steel Battalion feels like, with that crazy controller where you have levers and a pedal and a flight stick and buttons. It's never felt good to control for me. So this is really how I feel. Okay, bad but good. So these are games that I think it's fair to say questionable quality, definitely not that well regarded in gaming circles, but I think despite their flaws, or in some cases because of their flaws, they are very entertaining and you know you can get through them still. I put the bouncer in here. It's also just such an interesting game. You know, it was Square's originally to be a launch title, but still came out very close to launch. You know, their first attempt at making something for the console. And some interesting ideas, especially some of the ideas they originally had where there was going to be a lot more destruction and things like that unfortunately didn't make it to the final game. But it's very goofy. It's really fun to see Tetsuya Nomura designs where it feels like he had absolutely no limits. And the designs are so wacky in this one. You also get like a weird prototype Sora from Kingdom Hearts. It's also got a fun thing where each character of the main three characters playing through the story, you get different perspectives, so there's there's incentives to replay. But yeah, definitely not like the greatest beat 'em up system. Also, though like the graphics are good, it has this weird thing where they put like a blur effect or like a bloom effect over the visuals, and it makes it look rougher than I think it actually does. Definitely early PlayStation 1 games would use like the ghosting or the like Gaussian blur effects because they couldn't do them before, and just like, oh, that's awesome, let's put that on the game kind of thing. And then the Matrix, really janky attempt to do a Max Payne, but this one's really dear to my heart. It controls a bit weird, especially compared to like if you played Max Payne on console at the time. And it's definitely very janky. Half the reason is because it was actually released unfinished. Atari were like the main publisher. The second movie was about to come out, and they just took a gamble and said, you know what, we're just gonna not let you guys finish the game. We're just gonna release it as is, hope it passes certification, and just release it as is. And it's very ambitious what they were trying to go for, but definitely didn't have a studio that was capable to do all the different systems they wanted. But it's just interesting that it was supposed to tie, you know, it has like over an hour of original footage that the Wachowskis filmed just for this game, with all the actors and everything. Like, really ambitious for a licensed title at the time. And funny enough, the PlayStation 2 version is possibly the best one, though you can play the Xbox version at Progressive. Apparently the performance isn't as good in that one, so apparently PS2 best one. And I love the weird hacking side thing that's like a text adventure which I want to stream that someday. Final Fantasy X-2, I don't know if it's the most unnecessary sequel of all time, but it's definitely the most unnecessary Final Fantasy sequel I can think of. I think even more than I'd say 13.2. At least 13.2 was, you could argue that trying to salvage the gameplay and systems was interesting. But yeah, 10.2 I just don't know. But it does have some charm to it. The dress sit fear system of like unlocking jobs and swapping jobs mid-battle is fun. But the story is so weird and it kind of ruins the message of 10. And it's also a bit buggy, but still fun. Same with, let's see, yeah, Street Fighter 3 EX, Street Fighter EX 3. Seems to be more appreciated now. Not quite the sequel to Street Fighter EX 2 that people wanted, but has a lot of crazy tag-up systems in combo stuff. Sopranos, the weird beat-em-up license game. Very dumb, but hey, it's got like all the cast, and if you're a Sopranos fan, I think you can still get something out of it. Resident Evil Dead Aim, Capcom trying to make up for Resident Evil Gun Survivor, kind of succeeding, but it's got a lot of problems. But we'll take a bigger look at this, because I will stream this once I get a CRT I can fit on my desk here. Alone in the Dark 2008. I've streamed this in a Discord with Bad Game Hall of Fame, and I want to do a full playthrough of this one day. It is super janky, super scuff, very different in some ways to the console version on PS3 and 360, but I find it impressive for where it does try to emulate those 7th gen versions, and that's why I put it here. Because it is a bad game, but I just love for what it was trying, and some people would probably put it here, but I just had such a fun time with their attempts to keep the first person systems in, and like checking your inventory in your coat and stuff like that, and the tactile kind of like gun controls and reloading. Plus, you don't have to deal with the motion control stuff that is in the Wii version. And then, yeah. Devil May Cry 2. You can always go back and watch my stream if you want to see how that shit was. And, yeah, the Dave Mirror, BMX Triple X, Durga Cerberus. Simpsons Skateboarding. I know it's not the worst skateboarding game out there, but it is one of the worst ones, especially considering the seeming amount of money behind it. Like, this wasn't a budget title or anything. But this is funny. It also predates I think this predates when the Simpson games started to really get good. And yeah, Final Fantasy Streetwise. Now, great, play anywhere, play elsewhere. I'll mention is a category where I think these are good games to great, and in some cases masterpieces, but you would not want to play them on PlayStation 2 because of like visual downgrades or stuff they had to change for the system. And you know, we've got Battlefield 2, Modern Combat, Dead or Alive 2, Final Fantasy 11, Final Fantasy 12, Full Spectrum Warrior, Guilty Gear XX, Guitar Hero 3, Half-Life, Most Gripping Bounty Hunter, which is not considered that good, but I love it more than probably I should. But it's really scuff on PlayStation 2. Urban Chaos, similar situation, very scuff on PS2. Same with Wolfenstein, Return of Castle Wolfenstein, but the console versions have unique content. Both PlayStation 2 and Xbox have unique content. And yeah, Outrun 2006 Coast to Coast, totally fine on PlayStation 2, but the Xbox version is the version I play, just because of like downgraded visuals and stuff. And then yeah, this is a huge list of games that I plan to play. Some of these on stream, some of them off. I'm trying to think if I did move any of these around. When I'm done, I am going to tweet out the screenshot of the whole thing. So if you want to get a look at any of the games here. I think I moved some Dynasty Warriors stuff around. Yeah, Fatal Frame we're going to stream at some point. Ghost Rider I'm going to stream. Same with God Hand. These hack and slash games. Same with 100 Bullets, which is kind of like a gun take on Hack and Slash, Alone in the Dark. All the Beast I've actually messed around with. I was under the impression it was like a God of War or Devil May Cry clone. It's actually a Dynasty Warriors clone. However, it seems to have a Metroid map system where there are multiple paths and you can go back to earlier levels with the different beast forms you unlock and go to places you couldn't go before. So I think we might stream it at some point. And just weird that it, you know, like a weird gritty take on Altered Beast, and also that it didn't get an NTSC release. Yeah, Baroque, Baghead in this game, so it's probably going to be amazing, you know. The weird console Castlevanias, Cold Fear, Death by Degrees, Evolution Skateboarding, the Forbidden Sirens. Now, I will say I have a couple of duplicates in this list, so if I do accidentally re-tier something, that's why. And yeah, see, Ghost in the Shell, I've accidentally got in here twice. So let me put this down here. There we go. Yeah, Project Snowbind, the weird Maximum Impact King of Fighters, R-Racing Revolution, the Ridge Racer spin-off, Ready to Rumble 2, the X-Files Survival Horror Game, Dragon Guard, Tokyo Extreme Racer. Fun fact, Tokyo Extreme Racer, I believe it was free. Recently got a patch to fix a bug caused by the way they localized the game that made the game impossible to finish, because I think it was like 2 or 3 of the races had a credit requirement that, because they had converted the currency from yen to dollars, was impossible to get, and someone's actually patched it now. So that's fun. And then the Drift spin-offs, Total Overdose, I definitely want to check out. The Twisted Metals, Vampire Knight, I've only kind of played to make sure my copy works. That will be streamed whenever I can get light gun stuff working. A weird game, because it's like co-developed. Like Sega and Namco made it together. Like they're, I guess it's like their House of the Dead and Time Crisis teams teamed up. And it has really cheesy, bad but fun dialogue. Yakuza 2, yeah, we're going to check out. Spawn is a Devil May Cry clone for sure. Same with, we got Nightmare Before Christmas. And yeah, I think that was everything we covered. Okay, so my plays are ones where I'm less sure, but I don't want to completely write them off. We've got Ark the Lad, the 2 Ark the Lad games, Champions and Norath, which is like a Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance style game. A bunch of Crash games. I know there are more than this on PS2, but this kind of just includes any Crash games on PlayStation 2. We've got the Dark Cloud games. Dragon Quest V, though this is a Japan-only game, and I don't know if there has been a translation of this version. And then, yeah, a couple of other Dynasty Warriors games, like Dynasty Warriors 2, the Empire spin-offs. Again, not so sure. Put the Ghost Recons in there, and I'm not sure. And then some of the Guitar Heroes that I don't know if I would want to go back to. And Grandia 2, I need to know more, but I actually have a copy of this, which is fun. And then need to play more are games that I've actually played, but I have not finished, and I don't think I've played enough to give a opinion on. So we got the Dark Alliance games, Beyond Good and Evil, which I've started on like 3 different platforms and then got distracted. Bully, known in the UK as Canis Canamedit. But I definitely want to play it because it seems like really loved these days. Yeah, the PS2 exclusive Call of Duty games, and then some back ports, the Cars games. Colin McRae Rally on PlayStation 2. I've messed with them a bit. Not this one specifically, but again, this kind of covers the whole series. The Def Jam wrestling games, Destroy All Humans, Deus Ex, which has got a weird PS2 port that I mess with and kind of like more than the PC version's kind of tougher difficulty and like RPG gun system. And Dragon Ball Z Infinite Worlds, Driver 3, I know it's unfinished. I know it's very buggy, but I know a YouTuber, Minimi, really likes it. And I've always wanted to give it like an honest try and not just write it off. Driver Parallel Lines, I've messed with a bit and it seems fun again, but I need to play more. The Flat Out Games, Freak Style, the Getaway Black Monday, which again, I do want to stream. And I've played a little bit of it. And yeah, Vice City Stories, I'm like halfway through. I've been trying to grind out the side missions to get the health and upgrades and stuff. I've got the health upgrade, I've got the sprinting upgrade, but I haven't got the armor upgrade, and it seems impossible because once you get to like level 6 to 10, when you're driving around the police vehicles, they get damaged so quickly, especially the bikes. You get like one barrage of shots, both the tires pop, and it makes it so hard to complete. And also, you can earn wanted stars while you're doing the, like, police minigame, which seems counterintuitive. All the Gran Turismo games that I've messed with but never played all the way through, and I want to do some stream stuff with the wheels, as I've mentioned. This specific Harvest Moon I've not played that much of, especially not for a long time. I did back in the day, but I do want to finish a Harvest Moon game, but maybe someone will tell me which is the best Harvest Moon / Story of Seasons game. Akira Psycho Ball, obscure pinball game, really cool, but I haven't finished it, so again, don't have an opinion yet. Burnout Dominator, sequel to Burnout Revenge, that seems to be slept on, but I've messed with it, and it seems like I would put it around the same position as like Burnout 3, but I need to play more of. Crisis Zone, I unfortunately didn't have back in the day, even though I had a lot of light gun stuff for PS2. Need to play more. Yeah, Dark Summit, the weird kind of gritty version of SSX. Mostar, Mark Edge, yeah. Just trying to think if there's anything else I moved around on here. Yeah, the Wipeouts, Ninja Assault, Yeah, okay, I think this is where I left it last. So, we're up to date now. That took a bit longer than I thought. But we're here. So, alright. Adventures of Cookies and Cream. Now, this game has a different name depending on the region. I think in the PAL region, Japan, and America, it all has a different name. So you might not know it under this name. Hang on, I need a bit more water. But this is a really cool... It's mainly a puzzle game. It has some light platform elements, but I would describe it as a puzzle game. It is made by From Software, pre-Demon Souls. And it's very different than their typical output at the time. Like, if you think of the proto Souls games, like Shadow Tower, Kingsfield, it's nothing like those. It's super cheery and bright and, like, family-friendly. But the gimmick is that you're controlling the two characters, Cookies and Cream. And they are on separate, like... Crash Bandicoot, like, forward-moving stages, and you have to control them independently with each analog stick and do puzzles on one side to open stuff up for the other. Or you could do it two-player as well. And I actually messed around with this back in the day with my elder sister, because she was the PlayStation 2 player mostly, outside of me. But I've never finished it. And, you know, we're talking about, probably 20 years ago, close to. And I'd love to play through with it with my nephew, but I think he's a bit too young. Give him a couple more years. So I'm going to put this in the need to play more tier. Alright, Area 51. Okay. So I've never played this. But I remember reading a lot of previews about it. The official PlayStation 2 magazine that I was subscribed to at the time did a big coverage on it. And it seems interesting. I don't know if it's good. but it does seem interesting. So I would like to play it at some point and make a judgment on it. Oh yeah, Backyard Wrestling featuring the Juggalos. There they are. There's Violent J there. Hi, Violent J. Hello. Very scuffed, weird games, but I hear these are like kind of good actually. So I need to play them more. But I haven't actually had hands-on with this one. So that's a plan to play game for sure. Oh yeah, Blood Omen 2. I've always wanted to go back to the Soul Reaver games, because I missed out on them. I played like demos of the PS1 games, but I've never played them myself. But I would like to try them at some point. Oh yeah, Bujingai, featuring Gact. This is gonna be in the hack and slash streams. From what I understand, this is like a Devil May Cry clone. And the main gimmick was that the Japanese Visual Kei rock, metal, kind of loads of genres from what I understand, guy, which is Gact, spelled G-A-C-K-T, is the main star. This is before Crisis Core even. Gact has a history that when he really likes media properties, he'll just like get himself self-inserted into them. Oh, he really likes Final Fantasy VII. He's a character in Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core. Oh, he wants a new Fist of the North Star series. Here's Fist of the North Star 2, and he does the anime opening, and he's like in the music video and like that kind of stuff. But outside of this in Final Fantasy VII, I don't think his video game appearance stuff lasted long, but this is gonna show up just because it's such like how this even happened. It's wild. Oh yes, Clock Tower 3. Clock Tower 3. Clock Tower 3 is a weird one. Not made by the original devs. It's made with Sunsoft and Capcom co-made the game. It is a very goofy take on Clock Tower. Way more supernatural and fantasy. It even gets to magical girl territory. I am not joking. But I do want to give it an honest try, especially because a lot of the systems and design of like the monsters who chase you and hide in and the panic meter ended up in Haunting Ground. Like Haunting Ground is a spiritual successor to this game. And it's got really fun, goofy cutscenes, like some of the craziest motion capture I've ever seen. So yeah, that's definitely a plan to play. Ah yes, Constantine, John Constantine. This is gonna show up. I think I want to stream this because it's not quite a hack and slash game, but from what I remember, it's kind of like almost in like 100,000 bullets territory. And I'm just really interested to see it. I don't know if the movie's actually good, but I do really like the movie. And I want to give the game like an honest try. Destruction Derby Arena. I was a big fan of Destruction Derby in the PS1 days. But I'd never actually played this PS2 game. I remember watching trailers for it, but I just never had it. I have watched a review of the game by a YouTuber called Square Eye Jack, who wasn't that fond of it, and it seems like a really interesting development because it actually had a lot of features that were planned that were eventually cut. But I really like Destruction Derby, especially Destruction Derby Raw. That's probably my favorite, and I just, want to give it a try. Ah, yes. Dog's Life. Heck, I might even stream this one. Dog's Life is... How do you describe this game? Just saying it's a game where you play as a dog, I don't think does it justice. It is so bizarre of an adventure game where, like, you go up to humans, like weird humans, and you do tasks for them, and you your dog has like an inner monologue where he's like, hey, I'm a dog, what's going on here? And he likes to fart and poop, and just some of the weird kind of like emergent gameplay you can do. And the story goes in some crazy places. There's like this big conspiracy where this lady is like turning dogs into cat food. It's nuts. And I want to play it someday. Ah, yes. So, Dragon Ball Z 2 Dragon Ball Z Budokai 2V is a really specific Japan-only revision of Budokai 2, and apparently was a contest prize that they only gave out to a couple thousand people. But it recently got a fan translation, and as someone who really loves Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3, I want to give this one a try and just see like what's different about it. Ah, yes, Dragon Quest 7. You're going to see a lot of these doing this right now. Dragon Quest 7, I have played a demo of, and I've seen some playthrough stuff, but it does seem really good, and I really want to give it a try, but I don't want to cast judgment on it myself. I would probably, based on what I've seen, it would probably be around here. I don't know if it would be a masterpiece, though. So that is one I am going to try myself. Oh yeah, Fallout Brotherhood of Steel. I just don't know enough about this game. But the fact there is a Fallout game on PlayStation 2, it's just like, what? What is it? It doesn't even look like Fallout. It looks like a Matt Hazard or like Serious Sam, like that kind of gritty, leather-clad people action game. But I don't actually even know what the gameplay is like. Alright. Forbidden Siren 2, I think I already have. Yes. This is another one that for some reason I added 2 images of. So, let me just stick this down here. There we go. Never you mind. Okay. This is another plan to play. I always want to mess around with Galarians. I have a friend who tells me I would love it. Like cyberpunk, transhuman, horror, tie into like an animated series. I think it's got like a bit of a survival horror gameplay as well, but there's also a PS1 game before this. We might even end up streaming those at some point. Ah, yes, GoldenEye, Rogue Agent. This fucking weird game. I do want to play this one. Legit. I don't hear great things about it. In fact, Cash from Bad Game Hall of Fame has told me it is not good. But it's just such a weird game in that weird limbo area where EA was still making James Bond games, but they didn't have Pierce Brosnan. Well, he wasn't making movies at the time. And I believe this is made by the Medal of Honor team. And obviously the title's misleading. It has nothing to do with the movie GoldenEye or the game GoldenEye. But it's got some fascinating development. Like Ken Adam, the main, the set designer for a lot of the classic Bond films, you know, like Dr. No. I can't remember if he did From Russia with Love, but he definitely did Goldfinger. I believe he did Diamonds Are Forever, The Spy Who Loved Me. I don't know his full credits. He also worked on oh, what's the name of it? Oh, Dr. Goodlove, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. He's responsible for the set design on those, like the really ornate, interesting, like modernist designs. He worked on the game, which might not necessarily have been a good idea because he's doesn't know how to make gameplay, but that's crazy. And then Sato, I don't remember his full name, but founder of Sato Works, the guy who made the pre-rendered cutscenes for Silent Hill 1 and 2, and was also like one of the main creative minds behind Silent Hill 2, also working on like character design and story elements. He worked on GoldenEye Rogue Agent. He was like the character designer on it. And it's just like, what is this game? What's this team? I just have to play it, even if it ends up being crap. But there you go. Oh yes, gun. We got some gun games coming up here. This is basically Red Dead Redemption before Red Dead Redemption, made by Neversoft. In fact, the Red Dead Revolver game on PlayStation 2 isn't an open world game. It's like a gallery. It's like a arena shooter almost. Like you get like a little arena, you get some story, then you get arena story, like that. It's very different. I do want to give this a go. Though there might be better platforms to play this on. Because this, you know, PS2 was probably like the lowest spec platform it released on. Oh yeah, Gungrave games. These I want to try. I hear they're kind of similar to some like Stage Action stuff, similar to like 10,000 bullets. But yeah, I want to try these out at some point. I believe this is the Arcs system Fist and All-Star game that I need to try out. Really beautiful art, really fun style, a very broken game with instant kills and infinite loops and stuff like that. But I've never actually really had much hands-on with it. When Fightgate unfortunately hasn't had an update in a long time. But if development does pick up again and there's like a major update, I'll probably try and play more of this, because they have like the arcade version with like rollback netcode. Beautiful. Ah, okay. Give me a second, I need some more water. I am talking quite a lot. There we go. Eco. We stream this. My first full-time playthrough. I think I'm going to put this one here. And the reason why is the PlayStation 2 version. So there were two issues with the PlayStation 2 version. The NTSC release is basically unfinished. Sony at the time were pushing for more games to come out for the system. This was quite early on in the system's life cycle. So the NTSC version was kind of pushed out the door early. So it has a lot of missing content compared to the PAL and NTSC-J release. The New Game Plus content, an entire puzzle's missing. The secret 2-player mode's missing. A secret weapon you can get is missing. Like, any of the extra content's gone in this version. Which, you know, that's not great. First off. Second off, the PlayStation 2 version of this game runs at an incredibly low resolution. Even if you're using component cables and you're outputting the system at like 480i or even 576i, the PAL version, in PAL mode, it seems like this game is actually running in 240i, and then it's just, you know, the image is just upscaled. It's so blurry on PlayStation 2. It's really doesn't do the game's visuals justice. The HD remaster is the version to play. You get the game, I think, in full like 1080p, if not 720p, like upscaled. But it looks like the low resolution effect is completely gone. Granted, they do mess with the textures a bit. Specifically, what they did is because the textures were kind of made for a game that was running at so low resolution, instead of like trying to redraw all the textures, what they did is they took textures that were originally like, let's say this size, and then they would shrink it down. So like, not shrink the file, but instead of having a 240 by 240 texture take up a wall this big, they would have it take up a wall this big, and then just like double them up. So if you saw brickwork where the bricks were like this big before, they would be this big on the PS3 version. So it does have a bit of an effect on the art style. But I think it was probably the right choice, because otherwise the textures would have looked really rough. They would have probably have looked like PS1 textures almost. And if you play that version, you get all of the PAL and NTSC-J content as well. And unlike the Shadow of the Colossus HD port in that collection, it doesn't seem to have any gameplay issues. Shadow of the Colossus on PS3 has an issue where your main character is able to lose his footing when he's gripping onto the Colossi easier than he should. There's this long-held myth that the reason is because it's based on the PAL version. I can confirm that is not true, as someone who has and grew up with the PAL version of Shadow of the Colossus. If you play it in either PAL or 60Hz mode, because you can actually do that for the PAL version on PS2, that issue is not there. So something else happened in the conversion process. Also, I see some people report that the grip meter goes down quicker. That's not what it is. What it is that things that shouldn't shake you off or like make you be unable to control Wander because he's like having to re-find his footing happens in the HD version, making it harder. Especially if you play in hard mode. On hard mode, there's some encounters that are like nearly impossible because of it. But we'll cover that more. But the PS3 version of Eco is the way to play it, for sure. Ah yes, Hulk. Ultimate Destruction. This is made by Radical Entertainment, rest in peace. Got brought by Activision, and then they fucking shredded that studio. I played a little bit of this with my nephew. It is, no pun intended, a prototype, which is the game they made with Activision. Like calling it an open world game is not really fair. It's a sandbox game. And they make controlling Hulk really fun. Like the amount of like the movement options and power options and interactable environments, climbing up buildings, grand slams, picking up cars and turning them into gauntlets, and picking up lampposts and turning them into baseball bats, and the wacky shit like that. Really fun. But, you know, not finished it. Alright, the Jax games. So, me and my nephew have played this one. But he was the main one playing. So, I think I'm going to put these all under plan to play. The others, I just haven't touched at all. Hang on. Also, hang on. I need to turn my headphones down. There we go. Let me know if the music's too loud, because I'm not capturing my desktop audio this time. Actually, I'm looking at the audio levels. I think I am going to turn the... There we go. But yeah, all the Jack games after the first one, I've never played. But I do want to go through them, because I missed out on these. Even Jack X, the weird, like, car combat sequel. It's funny. Naughty Dog used to have this system where their PlayStation series, like, we made 3 Crash games, then we made Crash, a kart racer. We made 3 Jax games, then we made a kart racer. Where's Uncharted kart racing, huh? Where's The Last of Us kart racing? You've put out like 4 fucking 2 versions of each game now. Aha! Here we go. Here we go. Some games. Okay. This is a good part now, because we're actually on stuff that I have played, and I know where I want to rank these. James Bond, Agent Under Fire. Oh, let me think. Let me think on this one. Agent Under Fire is a very weird game. It is, so I'm just going to put this down so I don't have to hold the click, but I'm not settled where I'm going to put this yet. I have to really think on this one. It's a really good game. It's a weird game because originally started development as a PlayStation 2 port of the Nintendo 64 version of The World Is Not Enough. But the developers, Eurocom, I think it was Eurocom? Hang on, let me look at the release order. No, actually, I don't think it was Eurocom. I think it was Redwood? Wanted to make an original game. And this one doesn't actually have Pierce Brosnan. There was this weird thing that after Twine, because... oh god, I've forgotten that. Die Another Day is not a good movie. It is so crazy and jumps the shark almost literally in places. I don't think any of the companies wanted to make a game on it. Plus, it took kind of a while to come out, I think, at the time. So EA kind of had this license and wanted to put Bond games out like every year or so and didn't know what to do. So they made this kind of original one. Agent Under Fire is really fun though. It's where the like Bond moments were added in, where they're like, you don't just take out enemies normally. If you like shoot a crane and drop boxes onto someone or do specific stunts and things like that, you get a Bond stinner and you get these tokens that show you like how well you're doing on levels. Really fun gunplay. Funny enough, it actually runs better on PlayStation 2 than it does on original Xbox. The original Xbox version, both versions will go from 60 and then drop down to 30 if like it gets too dense. But the Xbox version actually drops down to 30 more than the PlayStation 2 version does. It's really weird. And they also have weird differences where in one of the game they're like variations on the Bond moment stinners, and then in another one there's only one sound file, which it's weird. It's so weird. But it's weird, yeah, you have like not Pierce Brosnan, you have this weird kind of like Bruce Wayne character, and the story's really cheesy. It almost feels like a Roger Moore style Bond. And the story just gets so crazy with fucking clones running around, like evil clones of people. It's... I'm trying to think if I would put this in good or great, though. I think because it's so cheesy, I think I'm going to put it under good, especially compared to some of the games we're going to look at next. I don't know if I could put it under great. But I feel like I might replay at some point and see how I feel about it. Because like, the gameplay is really good. I just think some of the tone holds it back. It also has some of the gadgety stuff. This feels like really where kind of the EA style of James Bond had kind of been established. But the games after this are the games that kind of perfect it. Alright, so I believe Nightfire came out next. This is the one that's made by Eurocom. I'm going to put Nightfire in great. They actually got Pierce back, though, only his face, not his voice. Nightfire is really good. It is great. It does have issues, but it's a really fun romp. Brings back the Bond moment mechanic. A really fun story, though. Weirdly enough, the story is like an unofficial remake of what's the name of it? Hang on, I should know this. Let me think. Spy Who Loved Me. Moonraker. Like, though most of the plot's different, it kind of has the same idea of a villain who wants to start like eugenics colony in space. It kind of goes in the same areas. It's weird. But like, great gunplay. It also has driving sections. I believe Black Box Studios, the main Need for Speed developers at the time, made these. It has some really fun, bombastic, like, racing set pieces, including, like, the underwater one's a little weird, and I always think of this. In the underwater section, in the, like, opening attract movie, they show the car being able to, like, rotate on its axis, and I think when I played it, I couldn't figure out how to do that for some reason. I will say, with a lot of these Bond games, and we'll get to it soon, playing them on PlayStation 2 is quite rough. These were multi-platform games, and in some cases performed really badly on PlayStation 2. However, I'm going to say Nightfire on PlayStation 2 still run okay. The main issue I have with it is it's too short. It feels like it should have had maybe 3 more levels, maybe 4, like 1 more driving level, and then like 1 or 2 more first-person shooter levels. I think like the campaign's maybe like 5-6 hours, and it feels like if it was 8, it would have been like the perfect length. But yeah, it just feels like they really like what's there's amazing. I think the only bit I had some struggling with is like the underwater bit in the car. That's also interesting because the underwater bit's like a tribute to The Spy Who Loved Me. It definitely feels like it's taking bits from Bond's past and kind of recontextualizing them into a Pierce Brosnan game. And also, I remember having some trouble with the final fight where you're in space, which is, again, gets really out there because I think Bond at the time, Brosnan, especially because of Die Another Day, Brosnan had kind of ended up in the same position that the Roger Moore films were around the time of Moonraker, so it's kind of funny that the story feels like an adaptation of Moonraker. But yeah, I'm confident on putting that on great. Alright, next we've got Everything or Nothing, which is made by Redwood again, who eventually became Visceral Games. I'm going to say this is great. Might be one of the best Bond games to come out this era. But it runs so badly on PlayStation 2. Like, it visually looks fine, but the frame rate is, like, never stable outside of really brief areas. But it's basically a original Bond game. They weren't making new films. They hadn't decided on a new Bond. So EA was just like, we're just going to make our own Bond film. That's a video game. And they actually got Pierce Brosnan to voice himself this time. And the villain is... oh, no, don't forget his name. William Dafoe. There we go. And he's like the mentor of the villain from Christopher Walken's character from A View to a Kill. And Jaws comes back. It's a third-person shooter. A bit scuffed by kind of... Like, third-person shooters got way more ironed out and optimized from here onwards. But it's got a really fun combat system, really fun gadgets. Driving sections with, like, multiple choices even. Like, one of the driving escape sequences you can either do in a car or a bike, and they have different routes through the same level. There's even, like, car stealth in the game, because they bring the goofy invisible car from Die Another Day, but it's actually really fun. Like, really great. Like, it feels like, man, this probably should have been an actual Bond film instead of Die Another Day. I believe it has some other, like, notable cast members, but yeah, if you're gonna play it on original Xbox. I don't know if it ever had a PC version. Also, it still has, like, the Bond moments mechanic of, like, the little fun things, and all these games had, like, score systems where you could get score medals on each level, you know, and go back to them and get higher scores and get new unlocks for them, which is such a fun system. I feel like more games should have stuff like that. But yeah, this is my favorite Bond game that I've played all the way through. I just don't think you should play it on play it on PlayStation 2, just because it runs really badly. And then after that came out GoldenEye Rogue Agent. Again, no Pierce Brosnan, because the series was kind of in limbo. They didn't know what to do after Die Another Day. They almost made a spin-off series where it was going to be about Halle Berry's character from Die Another Day, Jinx. They were so sure that that movie was going to be a hit and people were going to love her character that they wanted to make a sister series. Obviously, that did not happen. But 2 years later, Redwood Shores made From Russia with Love, but I have not finished this one. And I from what I remember, that I've messed around with it on PlayStation 2. I think it actually runs better than Everything or Nothing on PS2, but I'd have to go back and check because it's been a while since I messed with it. Fascinating game. This is actually the last time Roger Moore ever played Bond. He came back and did original voice work for this game. Obviously, it's a retelling of the second Bond film, From Russia with Love, expanded into like a full game. It's a refinement of the Everything or Nothing gameplay system. And what I played of it, it did seem like, oh, this is a cool improvement. And just seeing a Bond game that wasn't just like, oh, this is current time, we're just going to focus on who's the current actor, was really cool. And, you know, like, bringing back classic actors and things like that. But I've never finished it. So if I would like it more than Everything or Nothing, I don't know. Also, it really got a PSP version. Considering Everything or Nothing barely ran on the PS2, and I imagine From Russia with Love probably has a similar issue, I can't imagine how it ran on PSP. I'll probably get that version one day, though. Oh, yes, the Juice games. Juicy Juice games. I'm going to put these under plan to play, because I've actually heard that they're kind of fun, scuffy street racing games. I don't know if these are the versions to play. I actually have Juice 2 on PC. I got it in some fucking old Humble Bundle from like 15 years ago or something like that. Maybe not that long ago, but still a long time ago. But I hear these are actually kind of cool, so I do want to check them out more. Just Cause. Just Cause 2. So Just Cause 2, I love. That's one of my favorite like 7th gen games. Just Cause is a weird one because it came out on both PlayStation 2 and Xbox, and I haven't played it all the way through. Though I played the Xbox 360 demo like maybe for hours, even though it was like one mission. I just played it over and over. I'm gonna say play elsewhere. I don't know. I believe the 360 version is the version to play, and I really liked it, though I haven't finished all the way through. No, I'll mess with the PS2 version and see how it is at some point. But I think I'm confident in saying that the 360 version is the version to play. Ah, here we go. Katamari Damacy. Which I played for the first time. Recently. Because this never came out in PAL regions. We didn't get the PS2 games until We Love Katamari. I'm going to say it's a great game. Because, okay, obviously it's the first one, and it already hits its concept out of the park on the first try. Like, just what the game is about instantly works. The whole kind of feeding frenzy, like, Snake kind of idea of, like, yeah, you constantly grow bigger and roll things up. And the style and the aesthetic and the writing, that's all there. And it's amazing. However, Katamari Damacy doesn't feel quite as polished. It feels a bit janky. When we played through it, specifically we played the reroll version, it was quite common to like get stuck on objects or have issues with the camera. If you needed to go under a table and you didn't have like the exact amount of clearance, you could get stuck, and the lightest tap would knock objects off the Katamari. Even if you were trying to do the mechanic where you roll up a wall, you had to be exactly flush with the wall to start. Otherwise, a light tap would just knock stuff off the Katamari. And it was also a lot less forgiving with what size you needed to be to roll up objects. And the, living objects you could roll up, like animals and people and cars, when you would knock them over to make them rollable, they would fly so far away that sometimes it was nearly impossible to get them. And also, I think it doesn't have quite the variety it needed. As much as it does have... Hang on. You know, nothing unlocks when you beat the game. And most of the variety, outside of the grow big levels, there's a bit of repetition with them. However, and we're going to kind of go down the list to find this, We Love Katamari, the sequel, masterpiece. It fixes every problem Katamari Damacy had. It builds on all the content in a really smart way, adds so much more variety, content, unlockables, extra things to do. The scale of it, how big you can get, is bigger. Even though it's clearly new levels, but they kind of reuse some of the assets to kind of remix stuff. I find the level design as well is just better. And it's also... Katamari Damacy has an amazing soundtrack, but it's very... not somber, but it's very it's a bit chill. And it's a bit kind of introspective and emotional. Whereas We Love Katamari feels like a celebration. It feels like, hey, yes, we do in fact love Katamari. It makes... This game is all about people in the world are now fans of Katamari itself. And the tone of it is so much more uplifting and joyous. This game is pure endorphins in video game form. And though the reroll version is great to have it in HD widescreen and some of the extra content it has, I don't think it specifically invalidates the original version. In fact, I think depending on what platform you play it, reroll might have worse performance. No, I think if you play it on PC, you don't have to worry about that. But the game is just as good. The Royal Revere content in reroll is nice, but it's not as significant as I would have liked it to be. I think if it had been a remix of every stage, as opposed to just the 6, I would have liked it more. But I haven't felt the need to go back to them. But, it's just... I can't sing the praises of this enough. Also, I kind of wish the reroll version had given you the option to listen to the original Katamari Damacy soundtrack. To kind of get both. Because I think, both soundtracks in one game would have been amazing. But yeah, it's a beautiful game. Celebrating, joyous, it's such a... I don't know how you could feel sad playing it. But yeah. Gets rid of some of the jankiness. It's more forgiving with rolling up stuff and stuff getting knocked off. You don't just have to lightly tap something or try and climb a wall and fall off. And the scale of it as well. And unfortunately, this was the peak of the series. After this, and the original creator going off to do his own thing, the sequels kind of didn't really... And again, I don't think there was really anything else you could have done with the series. And Beautiful Katamari is a 3-4 hour game. Half of the game was fucking on-disc DLC. Though it does have new levels, from what I remember, they don't feel unique compared to We Love Katamari. And I feel like there was a lot of reused levels as well. I prefer Katamari Forever because at least it is a best of game. This Beautiful Katamari feels like it's pretending to be a sequel when it's not really. But yeah, if you've never played it, like, I still think playing Katamari Damacy is worth it, but if you just have to pick one and you've never, go play We Love Katamari. It's so good. It is a beautiful game. You know, it's just its style and presentation and writing and the music and the tactile, like, OCD endorphins of rolling stuff up and cleaning stuff up and growing bigger and all that, and the scale it gets to. And there's so much stuff to do after you finish the game, and it feels more compelling to kind of beat your high scores. I just love it. Oh, okay, Kessen. I'm going to put Kessen as a might play. I believe this is made by the Dynasty Warriors team, but it's more of a strategy game, which I don't always like strategy games, but I want to check Kessen out. I actually have Kessen 2 on PS2. And I do think the gimmick with this was really, like, unlike, like, Dynasty Warriors did have a lot of enemies on the screen, but it would be reserved. In fact, Dynasty Warriors used to run at 60 frames per second before the 7th gen, where they just like, fuck it, we're going to put 50,000 enemies on the screen. And the fucking game won't run properly. But Kessen, they were really pushing the numbers and going for that, like, crazy sized battle thing, but I need to look at it more. Ah, yes. Killer 7, the Grasshopper Suda 51, like, weird kind of survival horror game. I don't know if that's exactly what to call it. I definitely plan to play this. I don't know if the PS2 is the best version, because it was originally GameCube, and then it got put on PlayStation 2. And there's now a PC version as well. That might be the version to play, so you can, like, play in modern resolutions, but I don't know if there's any other potential issues with that. But I love Suda 51 and the games that him and Grasshopper manufacturers make. I've just never gone back and played Killer 7, but I do plan to one day. Oh yes, Kill Switch, this game. The game that might actually deserve the credit for refining and starting modern cover shooters. It's typically given to Gears of War, but from what I understand, Kill Switch is actually the game that started all the systems that Gears of War had. I need to find out more about the developer, because it's Namco USA, but I don't even know what Namco USA made besides this. But I want to check this out at some point. And again, I think it was a multi-platform release. Ah, Killzone. Killzone. I'm going to say Killzone is a good one. Now, I think Killzone was overhyped and missold. Like, a lot of time when I talk to people about Killzone 1, they consider it a Halo clone. Or a Halo, like, because it was, like, marketed as, like, a Halo killer. It really isn't, though. Killzone, especially Killzone 1, is a World War II shooter. It's closer to, like, a Call of Duty 2 style game. But with a future space setting. Now, Killzone 1 is, like, probably the least regarded of the main games. Maybe Shadowfall is more forgettable, but I've never played that one outside of, like, a multiplayer demo. And maybe I think there was a single player demo, actually. I have to think on that. But Killzone 1 has some stuff going for it that the sequels unfortunately dropped. It does one of my favorite things, which is that all the guns have alternative fire modes. And even though it's still got like a kind of World War I, like realistic grounded vibe, because it's, you know, far future in space, it lets them have like really goofy, like futuristic guns You know, like here's an assault rifle that has like a shotgun attached to it. Here's a heavy machine gun that can shoot rocket launchers and stuff like that. And it's also like one of the first console first-person shooters I remember playing that really tried to emulate the like actual physical feeling of moving around and shooting. It's definitely not a simulation game, but like it feels very tactile to like reload the guns. You actually kind of have to look, like the game actually looks down a bit when you reload, which some people complain about, but it's not that hard, guys. Just look up. You can move the analog stick while you're reloading. It doesn't lock your movement or anything. And like massive things like that. Now, and it also has a really fun gimmick where there are 4 playable characters who in various ways play a little different. The main gimmick though is that they have different paths through the levels, and it's a really cool idea. The problem is that halfway through the game basically gives up on the concept. Once you actually have everyone and you've done like a couple of levels with them, when you go through the later levels, you know, like the back half of the game, you don't get unique paths to do. You'll get like something extra, like, oh, this character can't go up ladders, so he'll go like through a slightly different area, or oh, this guy's able to infiltrate Helgen areas, so he can go into this like side room to get ammo. But unlike the early levels, they don't have their own paths like they used to, and the game comes a lot more of a slog at that point as well. It feels like they really focused on the first half of the game and then ran out of time and had to kind of just finish the back half. And it kind of, the story kind of disappears as well. Like the characters don't interact that much, and you're kind of only hearing about a story. You know, it focuses on characters you don't even see mostly in the second half. But I think it's a bit harshly judged. I think, obviously, like, it's flawed. And even I'm saying it's flawed. But I think it is still really fun. I will say, if you are going to play it, you're probably better off to play the PlayStation 3 remaster. So I might put it in a play elsewhere tier, because it had really rough performance on PlayStation 2. Like, visually, it looks great. Like, for PlayStation 2, it is outstanding visual-wise. Guerrilla Games always had that going for them with their games, is that the visuals on display for the time, like, Killzone 2 and 3 on PlayStation 3 still look amazing. They look better than, like, some PlayStation 4 games, even. And that's probably the version to play, because there you get to play the game at locked 30 FPS. The only issue with that version is it didn't have the online. Obviously, the PlayStation 2 online service is shut down, but you can get onto fan services now, so you could probably play it that way. From what I understand, I think like the multiplayer for Killzone 1 was actually like really well liked, but I haven't played enough of it to say. Most of my multiplayer experience was with 2 and 3. So yeah, I'm going to say, if you're going to give this game a go, try the PS3 version, because it irons out the kind of late era PlayStation 2 scuffness that the game had. It just kind of outstays its welcome. Well, it only really outstays its welcome because those later levels are a letdown. I think if the entire game had more divergent paths for each character, then I would put it in just the typical great tier. Here, you know what? Because I don't want it to seem like it's an amazing game, I think I'm going to keep it in the good. But caveat, play it on PS3 if you can. No, maybe with an emulator you can like up the CPU cycle and get the game to 30 FPS. Ah, okay. Kingdom Hearts. So I believe this one here is Kingdom Hearts 1. Now, yes, there are the HD versions. And those are probably the versions you want to play now. I don't think there's anything that the console... You know what? So I'm just going to put these all under Play Elsewhere now. No, you know what? No, because I have a bit more to say about them. I'm just going to leave it there for a sec. But let me think on this. Kingdom Hearts 1. Kingdom Hearts 1 was a magical game at the time. Just the idea of a Final Fantasy style game mixing with Disney. Back when Disney wasn't like this huge monster corporation that owned like half of the fucking IPs in the world. Just was such a magical concept. This was before the series kind of got too self-indulgent and its weird plot threads and needing to play like every game in the series and like every side game is actually like a key plot sequel and all that shit. Kingdom Hearts 1 is quite simple in that regard, but some of the gameplay is kind of hard to go back to. It's quite stiff feeling for an action RPG. Though, if you do play the Final Mix version, which is what you play if you play the HD versions, that helps. Also, if you're playing it on PlayStation 4 onwards, it runs at 60 FPS as well. But... would I put it in great or good, though? I really have to think on that. It's kind of hard to say. You know what? I think I'm going to say great. I think that's where I settle personally. I think it is still really compelling and has a fun story. And, you know, just seeing like the Disney characters interact. But it definitely... It's actually funny enough, when you play the HD version, it has kind of a problem where the lo-fi presentation done at like full resolution is really scuffed. Like when you're in cutscenes and they don't use like the full cutscene Sora model and he just has a texture, an animated GIF for a face, it looks so bad. It's like... It's weird because Kingdom Hearts 1 HD, they had to remake that game from scratch because all the source code was lost. I think they must have had some assets on file, but obviously like the voice acting and that kind of stuff. But the actual game code was completely lost, apparently. And it's like... We've seen that happen before with PS2 to HD conversions where source code was unfinished or was beta content and shit like that, and it came out disastrous. But Tetsuya Nomura just has so much sway at Square that he was able to convince them to remake the game, basically. Like, redo all the code and all that, you know? But yeah, I'm happy with that. I will say, like, if I was to tier just these games separately, this would probably be on the lower end. Alright, now Kingdom Hearts 2. Now, Kingdom Hearts 2, I didn't play back in the day. I watched my sister play it mostly. Kingdom Hearts 2, in terms of gameplay, is a way better game than Kingdom Hearts 1. And still holds up today. And all the like weird hidden secrets and stuff like that. Though, it does have an issue personally that I think that the game's combat, especially like the hidden bosses, the extra bosses, especially the ones they added to the Final Mix version, which, you know, I think for this game, I'm going to put this in the Play Elsewhere category. because you do want all the Final Mix content. Yeah, I think I might put both of them in here. Because, again, the Final Mix content never came to the US or PAL. If you want to play that on PS2, you have to use the fan translations. And what's kind of fun is they actually added voice. They recorded new voice work for Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, the PS3 onwards remaster. But there is definitely some gameplay in like the hidden bosses where the game is demanding more than the engine allows. Like the amount of times where you have to use like the guard parry, but it has such a weird like wind up. It's not as snappy as it should be. But the main like movement and control and the expansive combat system and all that's great. Kingdom Hearts 2 is definitely where the story was just like, instead of being about this crossover with Disney, it was more starting to get more invested in its own like weirdness with fucking Organization 13, and then the weird stuff of like, hey, you remember that guy from the first game who was the main villain? Turns out he was an imposter. He wasn't actually the real version of the character we said who he was. And then there's all the history with Xehanort. And this really became the game where it was like, oh no, you now need to start playing all these side games like from here on afterwards to get stuff. It also has one of the worst openings for a video game I can think of from this era, for a game that is as good as it is. Starting the game as Roxas and his fucking shitty friends that you don't care about for like up to 4 hours, depending on, I'd say your first time playing, 4 hours, especially with how much cutscenes. You're doing stuff that has like no relevance to the story. The game mechanics aren't so complicated that they need to be taught to you so handholdy as they are. Like Kingdom Hearts 1 actually has kind of a similar opening, but at least it's about, you're playing as the main character, interacting with like, you know, it's Sora interacting with Riku and Kairi, and it's about how they feel frustrated that they live on this kind of island, isolated and from the rest of the world, and they want to go out exploring, have these adventures, and goes into some other stuff, and then like slowly builds up to, you know, the Heartless showing up. Kingdom Hearts 2, you're just like, why am I this guy? What's he got to do with anything? And then you don't really find out. You don't actually find out how important he is until, like, sequels they made after this. And they really complicate the story, like, way too much. Like, all the multiple plot threads going on. And the nobodies, who are supposed to be people without emotion, but then a bunch of them seem to be able to emote and have feelings anyway. So I don't know why they're so obsessed with wanting hearts. And then, but there is some great story moments. The presentation's better. The gameplay systems are all better. Some of the scale of like how big some of the bosses are, and there's like a fight where you have to defeat like 500 Heartless or something. Really impressive for the time. But the Final Mix version is probably the version to play. And also playing the game at 60 FPS also is really good. So that's what I'm going to say. Alright, Chains of Memories, or specifically Re-Chains of Memories. Now, I've never played the Game Boy Advance version, and I hear a decent amount of time that people like that version more. I don't know. I've never played it, and no one's ever really explained why it's better. But the PS2 version, you get fully voice-acted cutscenes. I don't know exactly, and from what I understand, like I think the PS2 version is supposed to be less grindy. But on the surface of it, I thought I wouldn't like it because it's a deck building game. But I actually really like the combat. And it's kind of fun because you can really build the most busted, broken decks. The only problem is for some of the boss fights, there's really like only a couple of viable decks you can do. So if you're kind of like the idea of like, oh, I can play this however I want, it sometimes is counter to that. And it's also like surprisingly important in Kingdom Hearts 2. If you don't play this, or at least like watch a story recap, there's a lot of stuff you're missing in Kingdom Hearts 2. Like, why is Sora in this weird egg? Why is he aged like 3 years? Who the fuck is this blonde girl? You actually meet Organization 13 members in this game first as well. They don't mention that's what they're from, but like they start that plot thread here, which is interesting. Obviously, you can play. It's in the HD ports as well. And again, you play it on a PS4, Xbox One, you get 60 FPS. But I don't believe they added any sort of game content or anything like that. So that's why I'm just going to put it in good. Also, there's like a mode where you get to play as Riku. But unfortunately, he's way more basic. Though it is kind of fun that he seems to have a lot of like Devil May Cry 3 Virgil moves. I don't know how that happened, but there you go. But he's like a lot simpler. You don't the whole deck building gimmick he doesn't get, unfortunately. But that's, you know, that's is what it is. All right, Klonoa 2. I've never really played the Klonoa game, so I have played demos, and I hear Klonoa 2 is like a super underrated PlayStation 2 era platformer, and I believe it recently got remaster, but I've just never played it. But I do want to go back and try at some point. Alright. Lego Star Wars. These are the original versions. I'm going to say Lego Star Wars is actually pretty good. Even though it's obviously made for like a younger audience, though, you know, it's like a co-op game, so it kind of works as like, oh, someone older with someone younger and all that. I think there's still like a tactile feel that is really engaging with them. You know, breaking things apart to collect studs and then rebuild them and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's just very basic. But it's kind of like with Katamari. It hits some sort of like OCD thing. It's just, obviously, it's based on the fucking original. It's based on the prequels. So, that kind of holds the game back. But it is fun because you get so many characters, and it's closer to like a collectathon. It's probably the closest to like collectathon surviving after kind of the bubble burst with Banjo-Tooie. But I'll say, personally, I think, yeah, Lego Star Wars 2, the original trilogy, that's the version to play. Or Complete Saga, which actually updates some of the levels in the first one and makes them better. But Lego Star Wars 2, also you can play as like, if you have a save file, you can play as all the original characters in this one as well, which is crazy. But like way better gameplay and like upgrading, you know, some of the levels that were like flying levels and things like that. But I've like played it again recently and played some with my nephew. I think it kind of holds up. Obviously, there's the Skywalker Saga game, which kind of was like a full-on remake retelling, and that's probably the game to play now. But there's a weird kind of tactile fun going back to these, and I think that one especially is still great. Ah, yes. So EA made some Lord of the Rings games based on the Oh dear. Peter Jackson films. This again was Redwood Shore, I believe. The developers of James Bond, Everything or Nothing. Also, I believe they helped work on Tiger Woods games at the time. These are really fun. To go back to. They're really fun kind of like not side-scrolling, but kind of they're hack and slash games, but you have kind of mostly linear paths than like puzzle areas. But Two Towers, funny enough, is actually a Fellowship Plus Lord of the Plus Two Towers game, because someone else had the gaming rights when the first movie came out. But it really captures like the energy of the games. But from what I remember, I think the sequel's a little better. One thing is that despite the fact you always have other characters with you, the first one doesn't have any co-op in it. But it is kind of interesting because it does have a very slight Devil May Cry system. It's not quite a style meter, but it's similar. Where you have like a meter you fill, and like depending on like your variety and how efficient you are at taking out enemies like quickly and without taking damage, you like power up, and there's like you earn XP from it and things like that, and unlock moves over time. But I'm gonna say good. I do need to play a bit more of it, but I would say that both this and Return of the King are good. Me and my nephew have actually played the co-op mode in Return of the King. Now, which is a great addition, but it's surprisingly like, I don't know what it is. When you play Return of the King in co-op mode, it becomes way harder. Like, some of the level requirements get, like, so much harder. Like, even if I set it to easy mode, because, like, you know, my nephew's 6. But, like, it gets kind of, like, overwhelming at times, and some of the requirements on some of the levels are a bit messed up. But, and also, I will say, even though it does have this kind of system of, oh, yeah, like, take out enemies fast and do variety of moves and don't take hit, if you just mash the parry button, you just can't get hit. You just stand there, mash square, and you can block from like any direction. You don't have to time it at all. It's so goofy. But it's not a mindless kind of like hack. It's weird. It's not really a hack. I call it more of a beat 'em up than a hack and slash game. But they're really good. But I wouldn't quite call them great, just because there's some drawbacks to them. Now, this one, Lord of the Rings: The Third Age, from what I understand, is a turn-based RPG in the style of like Final Fantasy X system. But I haven't played it, but I actually want to give it a try. It apparently didn't review as well as these ones. But the idea of like a turn-based Final Fantasy, like where you can swap party members in and out mid-fight and do turn-based combat, kind of sounds fun, so I want to give it a try. Ah, yes, Manhunt. Manhunt? So, I've not personally played it all the way through, but I have seen a full playthrough of the game. I personally don't think Manhunt holds up. I feel like the thing that's most known about it is the fucking kill animations and all the moral panic around it, which is funny by today's standards, because again, seeing like PlayStation 2 polys like do violence just looks goofy by today's standards, but actually seeing the game all the way through, it starts off really strong. Like the early levels, where it's mostly a stealth game and there's no guns, is great. But it very quickly devolves into just being a trial and error shooter, and it looks so tedious. And no, it has some like cool ideas. It has some like it just like the end of the game is just get an assault rifle and kind of like peek around corners until you can get headshots. Like you have to cheese through the game. It feels like a game that would have had save states if it was developed for PC. It actually seems like not that great. Like a fun experiment, but yeah, it doesn't feel like it really comes together. And seeing like how much the game just becomes like a really awkward like third-person shooter, because like this was before San Andreas, and even San Andreas doesn't have like amazing third-person shooter controls, and Manhunts are like even more scuffed than that. It's rough looking at going back to it, of just trial and error, like, oh, I've got to find like the perfect way to take out enemies, and like the stealth stuff like not holding up like the further you go in. Also, a big thing that I think like soured me on the game, so one of the main like antagonists that they constantly hint towards is this giant guy who's a serial killer called Pigsy, who wears like a pig mask and runs around with a chainsaw. And the final encounter with him's kind of cool, where you have to like keep stealthing him because you can't fight him head on, but you have to do it like multiple times. You finally get his chainsaw, and then they send fucking like mercenaries with AK-4s after you, and the chainsaw, when the engine's running, it makes noise, so you can't stealth them anymore. So you don't get an opportunity to even use it and get the kill animations. It's like, it feels like what should have happened is you get the chainsaw and then you do a level with fodder enemies and then have to stealth. It feels like such a letdown. Now, Manhunt 2, I hear, is not that well regarded. And I've not ever played it. But the story actually seems kind of cool, even though it's not related to the first one. But again, I'd have to see. But I'm not 100% sure if I will play it one day. Ah, yes. Mark echoes, getting up, content's under pressure. This is going to be a hot take, so watch out. I think this game is great. It was not that well received, but I really like it. It is a really authentic capture of what like urban culture actually felt like graffiti culture felt like at the time. It's, to describe the gameplay, it's kind of like a Prince of Persia Sands of Time with a collectathon element. But it's really fun. And like the way they scale it up of like, yeah, you start out in kind of like dingy streets doing your tags and you make a crew. And then you start kind of showboating and doing like big feats, like climbing up crazy like high buildings, tagging a subway train while it's on the rail, so you're like riding on it through tunnels. But then it gets into like this big conspiracy story. I think kind of like the further you get into the game, it's a bit more awkward. But I just find something about it really engaging. Also, like the fact that it has partnerships with like real legendary graffiti artists who poorly voice act themselves. But yeah, someone who's kind of loves that like Prince of Persia, Sands of Time style game, similar style game from the time. Like having like a collectathon kind of spin on that is fun. I will say it does have some problems. So there are some levels that are like mainly stealth focused, and some of them are really hard where you kind of have to trial and error them, is from what I remember. Because though you can run away and lose enemies, in some stages it's like next to impossible to do that. And though in theory you're supposed to be able to fight fist instead, some of the later enemies it's like, well, we let you, but you're gonna lose if you try. Also, on playing it now, I'm specifically playing the PC version that got like updated and re-released on Steam about 5 years ago. Granted, you do have to use a bunch of like fan patches to get it working properly. But that's a great way to play because you get to play the game running at 60 FPS. But I don't think the game running on like PS2 or Xbox original is really that bad for it. But one problem the original version has, personally, for me, is there's a lot of like side objectives where it's oh, this piece of wall, do 9 pen graffitis on it, and it's like it would be fun to do it once, going up to a wall and just like aim in, hit button, draw, now aim down, draw, aim down again, draw, move over to the side, do it again, like 9 times over. Like, yeah, you can cycle through, you can pick your own, you can pick, like, different tags to do and change the colors and stuff like that. But some of those side objectives really just feel like stretching the game out. It's a game where I think it would probably be the most fun to play once you finish the game once and you've got, like, all the unlocks and you can just ignore objectives you don't want to do. But it has, like, a decent combat system, decent platforming. The only thing it's really missing is it doesn't have a custom graffiti maker like Jet Set Radio and Jet Set Radio Future have. But the arts that's there is really cool. And you can like pick your loadout and unlock different graffiti pieces. And there's different kind of tagging styles. Like you start off with a spray can, but you later get stencil works and then like giant kind of pasties, which is where it's like how billboard is done, where you like you have the paper and you kind of get like the liquid glue and you paste it up that way. Also, just the music's really good. It's a really varied soundtrack that both kind of like captures the style at the time but doesn't feel like a kind of like sell out, oh, this is just all the pop music. It's a lot of like underground artists, and it also has the fun gimmick I like, where all the music is playing on an iPod and you pick up iPods around the levels and that unlocks new music. It kind of feels, it's weird, as much as it's like a product placement thing, it feels very authentic to the style of the game and kind of makes you feel like you're a part of the world. But I am incredibly biased because I do like these kind of graffiti focus games, and you know, just something about going through the level and like filling up the progress bar of like how many tags, like optional ones you could throw up and stuff, is really engaging. No, I'm gonna say if you want to play it these days, do play it on PC. You just have to be prepared that you're gonna have to pick up a bunch of fan patches and mess with some like INI files to get it working great. So maybe, you know, emulate it or something else like that. Aha, Mercenaries. Playground of Destruction. I'm gonna say, personally, is great. But if you can, don't play on PS2. Because, again, this is like a very... The scope and scale of what this game was trying to do is really big. And it's very impressive for the time. Like, this kind of sandbox of, like, cooling down airstrikes and dynamically hunting for, like, the deck of cards, like, agents that you're going after. But it does run pretty poor on console. But if you can play this, the Xbox version on Xbox One runs at locked 60. Which is crazy. I never expected it. I don't know if it ever had a PC version. But if you're gonna play it, that's probably the version to play. Unless there's also a PC version. You know, I thought I had Mercenaries 2 on this list as well. Maybe I... Oh no, there it is. Weird. Maybe I put a typo in the titles. Okay, so... Mercenaries 2 is more of like a PS3 360 game. But it somehow got a PS2 version? Here's the thing. I played a decent chunk of the PlayStation 3 version. And I find that the gameplay actually wasn't as good as Mercenaries 1. But I don't know about this PS2 version. Like, is it an entirely different game? Is it, like, built on the Mercenaries 1? You know, I need to play more. I might put it lower down. Like, it might end up being kind of somewhere around here. Or, at the very least, like, just don't play this version kind of thing. I'm just not entirely sure. But I need to play more. Especially this PS2 release. I need to do some more research on it. Because, yeah, I'm not sure what to say. But personally, I think Mercenaries 2 isn't as good as the first one. It has a more fun and engaging story where it feels like your character's got more agency and more personality. But I remember, like, the gameplay loop not being as fun as it was in Mercenaries 1. Oh, yeah, Mark of Kai. I might play. I believe that's like a first-party published, like, beat-em-up. But I've never really played it. I need to look more into that one. I don't really know what to say on that one. But I know that, like, that game in the... I think the first one they did was Jade Empire. I know are, like, decently well regarded, so I don't want to write them off completely. Oh, yeah. Marvel Ultimate Alliance. So, I've played both the PS2 and the PS3 version. They are surprisingly similar to each other. The main difference is just a couple of the rosters are different between them. But the PS2 version surprisingly holds up pretty well. It's one of those situations where if someone said like, oh, should I only play the next-gen versions? Actually, no. There's something to get out the PS2 version. And also, the PS3 version has this hilarious problem where it advertises it can run at 1080p, but the game's like basically unplayable at 1080p because the frame rate is so poor and unlocked and fluctuates so badly that you have to force the game into 720p to make it playable. But because there are unique heroes in the PS2 version with their own powers, I think this PS2 version does justify existing as a separate entity and worth trying out. PS2 version of Marvel Alliance 2, on the other hand, though, don't play this version. Alliance 2 is still really cool, just don't play the PS2 version. It seems that they tried to go for like one-to-one with the main console versions, but it runs so bad, it looks really bad. Like the graphical downgrade, like even like just stuff like here's the art on the title screen, it looks so low resolution. It's just a terrible port. So just don't even mess. Like, load it up if you just want to see how it runs on PS2, but don't play it all the way through if you can help it. Get the PS3 or the 360 version. Okay, Path of Neo is a plan to play for sure, because I've only played a demo. As much as I loved Enter the Matrix, I think I might have already had a 360 by the time this game came out, or was just about to get one. So a lot of the late era PS2 games I never actually tried. But I do hear like Path of Neo is the better game. Still janky in a very similar way to the first game, but executes on what Enter the Matrix was trying to do better. But I gotta try it. Aha! Max Payne. Max Payne's great. So, has some issues of like level design and things like that, but don't play it on PS2. It's not the worst conversion, but again, the performance is really rough. And that's the main issue. It's like the performance is really rough, and they they really cut down the levels, both in terms of their length, but also like the environments are way more barren. But Max Payne itself is a great game. It has some level design stuff that kind of holds it back, and the graphic novel comics, you know, with the developers like posing in there and with the dialogue, are so unintentionally hilarious. When we did the playthrough during the Scuff era, most of them I was laughing out loud just because the pictures are so funny of Sam Lake and his friends, you know, dressed up and stuff. So Max Payne 2, on the other hand, okay, I want to say some other so, you know, Max Payne 1, like, the proper innovative, like, bullet time in video games, the slowdown stuff, is cool, but it definitely has that whole kind of, like, trial and error, quick save, quick load stuff. Also, the whole diving mechanic, you know, you can dive and shoot in slow-mo, actually not very good in Max Payne 1, because you can only shoot during the dive. Once you land, you can no longer shoot, and you're stuck in this long animation of Max getting up, and it leaves you super vulnerable. Also, some of the weapons in Max Payne 1 I find are useless. Like, some of them are just, there's no reason to use this, literally, unless you have no other ammo. And also, some of the levels drag a bit, like the level design's not as tight as Max Payne 2. And the story, like the crazy conspiracy stuff the game goes to, it gets a little too out there, personally. But still a great game. Just, again, like, don't play, especially an issue that all the console versions have. So both the PS2 version and the Xbox version as well, even if you play it on Xbox One, where it can run at 60, though it does still have some frame drops. In the conversion to console, they did something that, like, fucked up the analog stick aiming. It has this weird thing where it's fine if you look up and down, it's fine if you turn left and right, but if you try and look diagonal, it kind of, like, fights against you. Like, it feels like an 8-way game that's been mapped to an analog stick. If you, like, take the analog stick and spin it like this, like round and round, the cursor on the screen moves like this. It, like, can't curve if you just spin the stick, because pushing it in diagonals, like, it has, like, resistance, basically. It's super weird. Max Payne 2, the former Max Payne. Now, here's the thing. Again, don't play the PS2 version, right? The PS2 version, I think, let's see. The PS2 version is definitely more of a graphical downgrade than Max Payne 1 is, but the gameplay is more intact. Though the PS2 has a fatal flaw. It doesn't have any checkpointing or autosave function, which the first one did. As far as I can tell, though, Max Payne 2 completely lacks any autosave on console. On the original Xbox, it has a quick save function, which is great. But the PS2 version doesn't have it because there's not enough memory on the console for it to do that. But on its own, Max Payne 2, I would put in the masterpiece section. Like, it didn't have any... Also, something I didn't mention about Max Payne 1 is, like, some of the platforming stuff, especially in the nightmare sequences, is really bad. And the console versions, even though you have an analog stick, they didn't add analog movement. So, you still can only, like, kind of move 8-way, and you don't have, like, granular, like, walked... Like, if you push the stick only a little bit, you don't move slower or anything like that. And, of course, you don't have the quick saves to kind of save before a jump and do them. Max Payne 2 still has a little bit of platforming, but it's not as bad. It is vastly improved, but yeah, the PS2 version, like, graphically is really scaled down. It does a similar thing to Max Payne 1, where they take a couple of props out of a level, but not as much as Max Payne 1 did. Max Payne 1 takes out, like, entire optional rooms, even. Like, there's a locker room in the first level that has, like, bathrooms and shower rooms. In the PS2 version, those rooms are deleted, so you only have the lockers. The PS2 version of Max Payne 2 does that less. But it's really rough graphical downgrade. The performance is way worse because obviously it's a way more demanding advanced game. The Xbox version handles a bit better, but it does still have some graphical downgrades, mainly like Max's character model isn't the PC version. It's like a higher fidelity version of the PS2 model. But it does have quick saves. It does have the better aiming. It still has, like, levels that were originally one whole level are split into two. But I don't really mind that. But I would say, like, just as a game, Max Payne 2, I would list as a masterpiece. But this is specifically a PlayStation 2 tier list. And I can't say the PlayStation 2 version is a masterpiece. It is a novelty just to see, like, how did they get this game working on this console. It probably shouldn't have come out, but obviously the PS2 sold so much that you kind of had to. Like, the PC market for gaming wasn't as big as it is now, you know, where it's kind of like a 50-50 share. It was definitely still the smaller niche market, so you still had to put out console versions, you know. It's a huge, you know, it's a huge, like, multi-million customer market you were missing out on. But yeah, the PS2 version looks rough, has some, like, really bad performance, though it still keeps all the physics stuff in there, which is crazy to see in, like, a 2003 game. But yeah, the no checkpoints, having them, like, manually do a full save, like, every time, seems like that would bog down that playthrough really bad. So yeah, pretty much anywhere else you play it. Oh yeah, the Maximo games. These are Capcom USA. These are spiritual successors to the Ghosts and Goblin games. I don't know if I would play them. I might play them. But I've never played them myself. I might have played a demo, but I'm not sure because that's going back a long time. Oh yeah, now we've got some Medal of Honor games. So the only Medal of Honor game I actually played on PlayStation 2 was Rising Sun. I don't think I had my own copy, but I used to play a lot of it at a friend's house, and I remember it being pretty good. So I'm going to put it there. The others, though, I have not played, but I do want to give them an honest try. So I'm going to move these up to the plan to play tier. I don't know if Cass is still here. I know Cass has more experience with these, so they could tell me which one of these are the best to play. And it might be another thing where if you're going to play them, like, play them on original Xbox or GameCube or something. But again, have to try it. Oh yeah, Melon's glitching the system. Never tried it, but I hear great things about it. I'm also going to put this in the Plan to Play series. Alright. How are we doing? We're getting pretty far in. Metal Gear Solid 2. Any version of this. Masterpiece. Fun. So I have a funny backstory with my history of the Metal Gear series. I got into the Metal Gear series on the PlayStation 1. You know, playing the original Metal Gear Solid and loved it. Definitely only had demos for a while, but I did eventually get my own copy, and I still have that copy as well. And loved it. But I got the PlayStation 3... Sorry. I got the PlayStation 2 quite late for when it released, you know. Like, I think in PAL regions, it came out, like, January 2001. Like, a month or two after the NTSC release. I didn't get a PS2 until sometime in 2003. Probably, like, mid-2003? I'm not sure. So, I didn't play Metal Gear Solid 2 when it came out. I didn't go through... Also, like, I didn't get much video game coverage at the time. Like, I didn't have much internet access. I wasn't watching E3. I don't think I got the PlayStation 2 magazine until 2003 as well. Because, obviously, why would I get the magazine with the demo discs for demos I couldn't use? So, I never went through that whole switcheroo thing. I never had the whole, like... Oh, I thought I was going to be playing as Snake the whole game. And then you actually play as Raiden. I already knew about that going in. And I'd actually played Metal Gear Solid 3 first. And then, years later, played Metal Gear Solid 2. Metal Gear Solid 2 is a game that is well more regarded now. It's turned out to be incredibly prolific in its political messaging and what it was predicting about the future of information and AI, especially now, where we're literally getting, like, yeah, you can just, like, make AI fake shit of, like, people talking and videos, and we're going to get to that point now where misinformation is going to be so easy to push around, and kind of on, like, the idea of, like, what memes are and passing ideas on to generations and all that kind of stuff. It's... The gameplay, I think, is still good to go back to. Some people might have problems with the camera system because it's the same camera system as Metal Gear Solid 1. But, you know, the game's built around it. You know, you still have the radar. And, you know, you have, like, the first-person shooting added. I think the game is just, like, on the technical level is impressive. Remember, it actually ran at 60 FPS on PS2. Which for a game with its graphical fidelity is really impressive, but just amazing story, like the presentation of it, the voice acting, and also just like the weird emergent gameplay things, like all the weird little things you can do with guards and the environments that are interactable. There's definitely little bits of it where I think like the intent gets a bit confusing. There's the whole stuff with Rose where she'll randomly just be like, I'm just going to talk about stuff that's unrelated, and I think it unintentionally makes players hate her because you're on this like dire mission with all this like crazy conspiracy and fourth wall breaking and like the Patriots and all the crazy levels, multi-layers, double, triple agents. And then Rose calls you up and she's like, oh, you remember our, like, first date? We met in, like, an art gallery. And we went up to the top of the Eiffel Tower. Oh, do you remember what day it is tomorrow? And then every so often she just randomly calls you up and she's like, hey, Jack, you're not a good boyfriend. Why does your room have, like, no posters in it? And it is a bit jarring. It's just like, I want to get on with the game, Rose. I want to find out what's going on. You know, a lot of that is really important to the story, and it is intentionally playing on the player. But I do think it's handled in a way that's a little too effective. You know, like it's one of those things where, you know, it's arguably making the game worse in the service of like a story or a feeling, but in a way that kind of backfires. And also, it's such a serious story, and then fucking Fat Man and his whole thing, where the game just kind of takes a sideline and it's just like, yeah, deal with this fat man stuff. Just have fun looking around for bombs and goofy places, and then you have a goofy fight with this fat guy in a bomb suit on fucking rollerblades. It feels very dissonant from the rest of the game. But having said that, the actual gameplay, all the little fun things you can do with the items and the stealth system, and just how prolific the story is. And I'm so happy that, like, since its release, now that we're removed from the unfair vitriol that people had about the whole bait and switch, you know? And people can appreciate it for, like, what it was actually going for. And back when Hideo Kojima wasn't so paranoid of people misinterpreting his work, where he was able to do, like, subtext and subtlety a lot better, is a masterpiece. Obviously, you can play the Metal Gear Solid collection on PS3 or 360. That's a great version. That new remaster HD collection, unfortunately, is not great unless you, like, get the PC version and you use mods, from what I understand. But it still holds up on PlayStation 2, and in fact, the PS2 version, especially if you get Substance, has content that was missing, and there are some graphical issues. Minor ones, but there's a couple of issues with the HD version. And then Metal Gear Solid 3, especially the Subsistence version, but this is including all versions. Masterpiece. Probably my favorite game in the series. Still holds up today. Just such a good game, such a compelling story, really builds on the series. Like, at the time, did such an impressive job of, you know, Metal Gear Solid always had very, like, tactile, cold, manufactured, like, facility rooms, and to take that and try and make, like, what would be a realistic feeling jungle at the time. I think if you look at it now, you can kind of see where it's like, yeah, this still feels like I'm just walking around corridors that are filled with jungle. But it is really impressive what they managed to do. The Subsistence version is definitely the version to play, because it gives you the free camera option. They added so many little extras. I have the free disc version that came with, you know, you get really good versions of Metal Gear 1 and 2, fully translated, games that never released outside of Japan, the MSX ones. The crazy Snake versus Monkey mode, which is missing from the HD version. I believe also the boss rushes are missing from the HD versions. Also, you know, that the crazy Guy Savage secret minigame you can get by, like, saving in the prison is gone from the HD version. You also get the secret theater, Metal Gear Online, which you can still play online, and I actually need to because I never played it back in the day. And then the third disc is a, like, crazy cut where they turned it into, like, a 3.5-hour film. I recently, like, streamed it in a Discord server. It's fascinating to watch because just see, like, okay, what did they trim? How do they, like, portray Naked Snake in fights? It actually has some unique motion captured cutscenes. I don't know if they were made especially for it, or if it was, like, side content, that, like, cutting room floor content that they included. But I really like how they cut the boss fights. You know, like, they're done in engine, like a person playing, but they edit them to make the fights feel more realistic, where enemies actually die in, like, 1 or 2 hits from a gun, as opposed to having to shoot them, like, 50 times or whatever. But just such a novel concept. Probably what inspired all those YouTube, like, full game movie cuts of games. But even to this day, a lot of them don't go through the effort of editing in gameplay to kind of show what you're doing outside of the cutscenes, you know? But just a beautiful game. Its story and everything that happens to the boss and Naked Snake it's still really emotional. Like, it still makes me well up a bit when the ending plays out, where you hear like Eva's speech at the end. And oh, it's getting a remake now. It doesn't look as bad as the Silent Hill 2 remake, but it still doesn't look great. It's weirdly gonna be more faithful. It's gonna have all the original voice acting, so the script and the story is gonna be the same. And it even looks like the level design is the same. Like, obviously it's new visuals, but the actual level layouts looks identical. Like, they got the map files and then just like built on top of them. It's crazy. But I can't praise Metal Gear Solid 3 enough. And funny enough, if you're in an emulator, you can actually patch it to run at 60 FPS. So if you want to play like a HD version, but including like all the content that was missing from the HD remaster, there you go. Alright, the Midnight Club games. So the first one I've messed around with a little bit. I don't know if I would play it all the way through. It's a really early PlayStation 2 game and it's a bit rudimentary. But I might play a bit more. Okay, Midnight Club 2, I actually have almost finished. I think I have like 3 or 4 races left. Midnight Club is a very good game. It's like high up in the good tier. But it is painfully hard at times in a way that feels really unfair. A lot of the routes you have to take in stages, you have to have like, so it's an open, not an open world game, but you have open map street racing, and instead of like a closed circuit course, so every time you do a race they give you like a series of checkpoints that you have to discover for the first time. Some of the routes they want you to take are so narrow and specific. Like, you have to learn you basically have to learn the race. Like, most of the races you cannot win on your first try. The AI know where they're going, you don't. Some of the corners or like changes of direction are so tight that if you like miss a turn or like try and get into an alley and like hit a sidewall, you've lost the race. There's like no rubber banding. Sometimes the AI can get like a minute ahead of you and nothing will slow them down. The game likes to, which is a neat detail, but is done in a really difficult way. The game will have, per race, they'll have unique traffic interactions. Like, oh, on this race, when you turn this corner, a semi will come out from this intersection or something like that. The problem is they're all tied to the player. So if AI is ahead of you, they won't have to worry about, oh, this car's going to pull up in front of you. Oh, these cars are going to be in the oncoming road. You have to worry about that. And sometimes the AI, both the police AI or other drivers, seem to intentionally go into ramming you when you're taking corners or passing them. But they don't do that to the other racers. And sometimes it's just like, oh, by pure luck, this attempt of the race, the AI like crashed and they haven't been able to catch up and I won that way. But when you do win, it does feel great. Like, the handling's pretty good. It's a bit too squirrely. Like, it definitely takes some adjustment to get to. But like, the atmosphere of the street racing, every racer having these unique cutscenes where they talk to you. They're like pre-rendered, but they're stylized. Like, you get this like, you know, upper body portrait where they taunt you before and after races and you win their cars and whatever. That's fun, and having like multiple cities you go to, like the maps are fun and all the weird like shortcuts and stuff. It's just the difficulty is so insane. It feels like the only people they had testing, like if they thought the game was fair, was the people who designed the levels and the races. Like, they didn't bring anyone in to kind of focus test and see like, oh, can a player do this if they've never played this game before? And they're like learning to play through the game for the first time. And I'm not even playing on like the hardest mode. It is brutal, but I do really like it. And you know, again, I've got like 2 or 3 races left, so I think I'm confident where the placement is. Now, Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition, I have only messed around with a little bit. Once I've finished Midnight Club 2, I'll give this a more thorough playthrough. This includes the remix update, which is basically like what would have been a DLC release in the PS3 360 era. No mini. Don't come over there. Trying to climb on my desk. I might take a little break to go use the bathroom in a bit. I might let you out. I'll let you out there, Vinny. But from what I played at Midnight Club 3, it seems to be the better game to go back to. I thought it was going to be a game I was going to say, play it on Xbox original if you can. Because, you know, like, this more powerful system. But the game runs actually, like, pretty decently on PlayStation 2 as well. And visually, it looks really nice. It holds up really well. Though, again, if you've got, like, an Xbox system, you've got, like, the analog triggers, which I think is the better way to play the racing games instead of dealing with having to hold down the X button. In fact, when I've been playing Midnight Club 2, I've been using a PlayStation 1 controller because then I don't have to push the X button in really hard to accelerate at full speed. So, you know, but yeah. Oh, okay. PlayStation 2 Monster Hunter. This includes all of them. I've messed around with them a bit. I don't know if I would ever try and thoroughly play them because I always wanted to get into Monster Hunter. The idea of Monster Hunter seemed cool. I like what it was doing. But there was so much kind of obtuse stuff. Of like, yeah, oh, going to every level, you have to pick up the map from the inventory box every time. And like, knowledge that the game didn't pass to you. And the lack of, like, indicators or tracking and the maps being segmented really bothered me. But Weld kind of fixed the issues I had with the series. I don't know if I could ever go back to the older ones. I do want to mess with some of the Japan-only PS2 ones. Also, Monster Hunter 1 has the weird thing where you use the right stick to do attacks, I believe, on PS2. It was very strange. But, yeah, I'm not sure. Like, after loving Monster Hunter World and still having a pretty good time with Rise, I don't know if I could go back to, like, oh yeah, you have to throw your own tracking pellet at the monster, and, you know, you have to manually craft healing potions. You can't set them to auto-craft, and, like, gathering points don't show up on the mini-map and all that kind of older stuff. But we'll see, we'll see. Maybe one day. Monster Rancher 4, I've never really played the Monster Rancher series, but I know people really like it. But I would have to ask people who know more about the series of like, oh, which games should I play? So that's why I'm going to put it there. Okay. Ah, yes. PlayStation 2 era Mortal Kombat. So both Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance and Mortal Kombat Deception I need to play more of. I know they're not that well regarded nowadays. I actually used to play a lot of, I believe, this one, Mortal Kombat Deception. One of my older sisters had a boyfriend who got me into a lot of Xbox gaming because we didn't have the original Xbox. And I used to play a lot of it with him. It's this, unironically, when they like got into relationship issues and eventually broke up, it was kind of devastating because like he was like an older brother figure that I never had, and he seemed like it was actually kind of cool. He also showed me some like PC stuff. Like I remember watching him playing Grim Fandango and Baldur's Gate 2 and stuff like that. But we used to play like Halo together. I think I messed with Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance on Xbox when I was visiting, and we played Mortal Kombat together. But yeah, we used to do like, God, I think we beat Halo 1 Legendary Co-op. I don't think we did it for 2, but I remember doing that with him with Halo 1. And yeah, that relationship didn't last, unfortunately. And it was kind of like, and though I tried, I was like, hey, you know, I don't have a lot of friends, and I don't have like older brother figure. And he was kind of at first open to trying to like still hang out with me and stuff, but I think eventually there was a bit of awkwardness because like obviously I reminded him of like his ex, and that was like a bit too much for him for a while. And then eventually I think he just kind of did his own thing and wasn't that interested in reconnecting anymore as I was getting older. But you know, I can't blame him. It's a weird situation, you know. But I would have to play them in a more modern context and see how I feel about them. Mortal Kombat Armageddon, however, I actually have played a decent amount on PlayStation 2. I feel comfortable putting it in this section. It is not a great game, a very scuff game. The aim with this was, we're going to put every Mortal Kombat character in this. I think the roster for this game is something like 100 characters or something stupid like that. And the way they did that was basically take all the characters from the Deadly Alliance and Deception and split their movesets in half and spread them out over these multiple characters and play. And yeah, I don't think it's well balanced. I think it's a very broken game from what I remember. It's a very scuffed game, but it does have a really good character creator. Like, you can make some really impressive characters in that. I believe it also has a kart racer. Like, not a great one, but for some reason it has a kart racer in it. And then it also has like a weird beat 'em up mode, but that one I haven't played. That one doesn't seem as liked as the adventure mode in Deception. But it is funny. But yeah, I wouldn't necessarily call it a bad game, but it is kind of in this like weird era of like, yeah, this is not well made, but it's just fun. Just like how many characters there are and how kind of like scuffed that like 3D 8-way like era of Mortal Kombat was. Oh yeah, Shaolin Monks. Shaolin Monks is definitely a need to play. I unfortunately never played it back in the day. This seems to be a game that people love these days and have always wanted like a remaster or some sort of follow-up. I would definitely love to play this. Heck, I'd love to find someone to kind of use it on Parsec and play it that way, because it didn't have an online mode, but with Parsec you can, you know, remotely have someone set as player 2, and co-op does seem to be the way to play. And everything I've seen of the game, it just looks super fun. And also like going back to kind of the Mortal Kombat 2 era of characters, because a lot of the character design from this era did not hold up great, just not that great. But you know, it was a bit of a turbulent time for fighting games where like every like 2D, even like 2D plane fighting games just kind of disappeared. Everyone wanted to go like 3D, and arcades died out, and Street Fighter was in a dire place and all that. Oh yes, Nano Breaker. So Nano Breaker, I'm going to put in the plan to play. It is a hack and slash game made by Igarashi. I think his full name is Koji Igarashi, but I might have that wrong. You know, the main Castlevania guy at the time also made the console Castlevania games. This was a spin-off, like kind of using that engine. He tried to make his own thing, and I just want to give this a try. This will probably come up in the Actions Sack show, but oh, we've done it again. I've got duplicates here. Let me sort this out here. There we go. I will say, I'm back, on the mask on camera because I'm mostly recovered from being sick. I'm definitely not 100%. Like, I can kind of feel it. This is the most I've, like, exerted myself since, like, mid-January. But I'm doing okay. But if I'm, like, starting to seem a bit, like, kind of low energy, that's probably why. So, I actually hear some pretty good thing about PS2 era NASCAR games, and I haven't discussed this too much. Here's a fun fact about me. I really got into racing wheels last year. I, in fact, own 3 of them. I have... The first one I brought was the Logitech G920, which works on Xbox One and PC, including the gear shifter, which is like an optional thing. But then I was like, oh, I want to try some of these PlayStation 2 games with wheels. So I brought what was the Logitech Driving Force Pro, which was like... So, in the PlayStation 2 era, there was never any, like, Sony-made steering wheel controllers, but Logitech kind of became, like, the official licensed one, because they would, like, specifically partnered with Gran Turismo, and for Gran Turismo 3 they made the GT wheel, which is a pretty basic one. Like, it's got force feedback and stuff like that, but I think it only has something like 200 and something degrees of rotation. And then they made the GT Force, which was like an upgrade, and then they made the Driving Force Pro, which is a bit more of an advanced wheel. It can actually go up to 900 degrees rotation. It does have a built-in stick shift, but it only clicks up and down. But it's a bit nicer, but definitely still on a budget size for a wheel. The reason I got it though is the more modern wheels they started to make that are closer to the current wheels they make. Though they can operate in like the GT4 style where they only rotate like 270 degrees, they do it by like adding resistance. So when you're using those wheels, it's very easy to accidentally turn further than the games can register. Whereas the Driving Force Pro, even though it doesn't feel as realistic, it can lock its steering axis better. So when you want to go back and play, say, Gran Turismo 3, or like a Burnout game, or like any of those kind of like arcade races, I'd say the Driving Force Pro feels a little better to play for those games. But for stuff like Gran Turismo 4 or later, I have the G25, which was like their first full-size wheel with a separate gear shifter. It kind of looks like the G29. It just doesn't have the buttons on the wheel. It has them on the stick shift. The one thing that's nice as well about that stick shift is that you can actually put it in either 6 gear mode or just up-down gear mode, which you can't do with like the later sticks. And because of that, I got into a lot of kind of these racing games with wheel control, stuff like that. And I actually hear that a lot of these EA NASCAR games are actually like when NASCAR video games were good. And some of these are like really well regarded, apparently. Especially like the Thunder games, Race to the Cup, stuff like that. So I want to give these all like an honest try. And Dirt to Daytona it's not made by EA, but I believe this is the one where you actually start out as like a regular racer, and you kind of you actually don't even start out in NASCAR. You kind of build your way up and become an official NASCAR driver. I think that's what this game is. Oh, yes, NBA Ballers. So this is a plan and play, but let me go through the story of this. So Midway, originally made NBA Jam. you know, much beloved kind of arcade style basketball game. And then eventually, Acclaim were doing the console ports. And somehow Acclaim somehow obtained the license for NBA Jam from Midway. So Midway had to start making their own stuff, which is why you get like NBA Hand Time and NBA on NBC. And then I think this is around the time that the NBA Street games were blowing up, and they wanted to kind of do their own take on it. So their kind of like spiritual successor to NBA Jam was NBA Ballers. And you know, it's weird. The main NBA Jam that I had playtime with that I really liked was the EA NBA Jam on Fire Edition. I think it's underrated. I know some people who are purists and like only play NBA Jam Tournament Edition don't like it, but I like the presentation. It plays enough like the old ones, plus it includes some of like the NBA Street, like really goofy on fire dunks. Like when you go on fire, you do these dunks where you jump like 100 foot in the air and you do like a triple backflip and stuff. And that's a lot of really fun unlockables. Sadly, you can't really play it online anymore because it can't connect to EA's like license agreement server. But I want to give these ones a try. NBA Ballers and NBA Ballers Phenom, though some of them didn't come out in the UK. Same with the NBA Street games. Like, considering I like this style of basketball game, it's just I didn't know enough about basketball at the time to know that I would be into it. But I want to give these all a try, because they speak to like my style of video games, and some of the stuff I know about like older basketball eras. It's a weird thing. I'm English, can't stand football, soccer, you know, but I love watching basketball. It's more, I love the pace of it, the shot clock, the footwork and dribbling stuff. Like it's way more engaging to me. Ah, yes. Okay, Need for Speed series. Need for Speed Underground. I've played a bit of this, but I need to play more. Underground 2, though, is the game that I grew up with. And I'm going to put this in the great era. Now, I will say, if you're playing this these days, you're probably best to play it on PC. Obviously, you can't buy it on PC anymore, so you have to be a bit sneaky in how you find playable copies of it. But you know, it's maybe not, it's definitely not the first, but it's definitely like what was the basis for like what I understand is like the peak of the open sandbox Street Racer tuner era of racing games. I also replayed Need for Speed 2 specifically on PC last year. Obviously there's a lot of licensed music, so I didn't stream it, but yeah, it holds up great. It definitely drags on. The game is like 3-4 hours longer than it needs to be, and it does have this issue where to unlock events you have to hit like a visual upgrade rating with all the custom parts, which means that you have to apply the higher level custom parts even if you don't like the look of them. And that's the problem. But like the actual racing, the actual style, and the level of customization, that's great. And a really fun environment. It tries to have a story, and that's a bit silly. It probably didn't need it, or at least the way it was done. I hear some great stuff about the story later on in the series. Now, but yeah, if you play it on PC, you can play at 60 FPS. I definitely think that's the way to play it, but I've played the NTSC version on PS2, and it's actually not that bad. I messed with it on PAL, and it actually runs worse. Like, it's not just running at 25. I think it actually runs worse than 25. But the NTSC version seems to just run over better, so maybe they, like, in trying to speed optimize it, they kind of fucked up the physics. Oh, yes, I forgot. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2. I need to play. So this was the first black box game. It was based on a PC game, but it's actually an entirely different game. And this is the game that apparently got EA to give Black Box to be like the main development team behind Need for Speed. And I hear great things about this, but I've only played the Criterion Hot Pursuit game. I've not played this one, so I need to go back and play this at some point. Need for Speed Most Wanted, as much as I loved Need for Speed Underground 2, I just forgot to even get into the series afterwards. And I hear people love this game. I have this set up to play this on PC, but I don't think the PS2 version holds it back that much. Same with Need for Speed Carbon. Need for Speed Carbon, I plan to play. Again, you probably want to play it on newer systems or PC. But I have messed with both of these a little bit. I just haven't messed around with them enough to say enough. Now, Need for Speed Pro Street, I haven't played. But I recently picked up a PlayStation 3 copy. But I am going to try them on both platforms. From what I understand, it wasn't that well liked when it came out. Because it's a circuit racing game. It's a bit more sim-cadey. But apparently it's like well liked now. And then, Need for Speed Undercover. Need for Speed Undercover PS2 is a weird game. All the other 7th gen games ported to PS2 played basically the same. They just, had worse graphics. Need for Speed Undercover on PS2 and Wii are actually original takes on Need for Speed Undercover. They're basically conversions of Need for Speed Most Wanted. In fact, it's a remixed map of Need for Speed Most Wanted, but rearranged and retextured to look like Need for Speed Underground. But this is a very scuffed game. Like, some of the visuals, and it's like very glitchy and unpolished and stuff like that, but in some ways it's apparently more fun than the main version. And I have messed around with it a bit, and I'm confident in saying that it's in this territory. So I'm gonna put it there. NFL Street Series, I'm gonna put in the plan to play. I'm specifically under the impression that 2 and 3 are the ones to play here. I did used to play a demo though. Again, I mentioned the friend I had, who was dating one of my sisters, who had the original Xbox. I specifically played a demo for one of the NFL Street games with him, and I remember it being really fun. And I never grew up with NFL Blitz. These are like spiritual successors to NFL Blitz. And I remember it being really fun as someone who knew nothing about American football. Just a really goofy, fun interpretation of it. What's this game? Hang on. I'm gonna zoom in because I actually don't remember what this one is. Oh, Odin Sphere. Okay. Let me zoom out again. There we go. Odin Sphere, maybe. I have to do more research. I know it's like well liked, but I don't know enough about it to say anything. So, but I wanted to include it, like special mention. I know people like it. Alright, how are we doing? Oh god, I might have to do a part 3 of this. I don't know how much longer I can go. I realized I added a lot of games to this. What I might do is I'm going to start picking games that I have specific stuff to say about. But Okami. Now, I've actually never finished this game. I've played it like near to the end and then got distracted. Both on Wii and PS3, but it's a masterpiece. Like I've got up to like right until the final boss, but I wanted to do the extra stuff. And I'm really bad with getting distracted when I want to finish games. or sometimes enjoying a game too much that I don't want to finish it. Because technically, if I haven't beaten it, then there's still more game. I know, it's stupid logic, and I try and force myself not to think like that. Now, personally, it's this weird thing where I don't know if there's a perfect platform to play this on. All of the other versions are missing the end credits song because it was a licensed song. The Wii version has the best... okay, Okami is a game made by Clover, which was like a lot of big named Capcom guys like Shinji Mikami, Hideki Kamiya. The other guy, I always forget his name, but he's the current head of Platinum Games. Kind of got splintered into their own studio where they got to make like little fun experiments. You know, they made like Beautiful Joe and God Hand, stuff like that. Okami is a like feudal Japan legend take on the Legend of Zelda format. And it's one of the best games I've ever played. Like, the art style's so good. It holds up so well. And the style of it, and the more engaging like combat, and the system where you can pause and do calligraphy to draw like a bomb and it will come up into the world, or you have to fix like a bridge by drawing it in and all that kind of stuff. It's so much fun. Personally, the Wii version has the best drawing because drawing with the analog stick is kind of awkward. Problem is, in the Wii version, yes, you can draw with the Wiimote. Problem is, when you're in combat, you have to fucking shake it to do attacks. There's a chance that I might actually play it emulated, where I can still use the Wii to draw, but I would remap attacks to, like, a different button or something. I don't know. I'd have to do some research. In fact, I'm probably going to stream it, because I want to kind of force myself to actually finish it. But regardless of what version you play, I'm going to say this is still a masterpiece. Just a beautiful game. One of my favorite takes on kind of like a Zelda style. And I think it's highly suspicious that Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess has the whole wolf mode, which isn't as like fleshed out as playing as Amaterasu in this game. But yeah. Okay, so I'm actually going to pick out some games here that I have played myself. I have to think. I'm going to think on Persona. But Prince of Persia, I'm definitely going to say is a masterpiece. Now, there are better... The visuals are a bit downgraded on PS2. I've actually done some, like, comparison stuff after we did the stream playthrough. And Xbox or PC is definitely the version to play, because they actually did mess with the texture quality. But I don't think that takes away from what this game is. Now, there are flaws to... That's the thing. A masterpiece is not a game without flaws, because there's no such thing. You can't make perfect art. It's a misnomer. It's an oxymoron, you know. Art is both defined by its perfections and imperfections. But it's a really engaging, you know, kind of like 3D. I always want to call it like a platformer, but that's really not the right name for it. But like mobility action game, you know, all the wall running, the swinging, and the puzzles. Its combat is quite basic. That's probably the only thing that really holds it back. But, like, really good story, voice acting and story and dialogue. I really like the art style. One of the things I didn't like about that remake trailer, that game's on, like, hiatus, it's, like, missing somewhere, is that they seem to, in that version, completely abandon the original art style. And I hope that the version that they've like restarted development at Ubisoft Montreal is actually going to be more faithful to the original art style. But also, fuck modern Ubisoft, I don't want to give them a penny. But that being said, Prince of Persia: Sands of Time is a must play. If you've ever liked something even cursory similar, like a Tomb Raider or Eco or anything like that, it's worth a play. Again, I would personally play it on Xbox. There is a PC version that you can still buy, and I don't know how well it runs, so I did recently get it in a bundle, because I want to stream the sequels. And if I can't get my original Xbox working, and the PC versions are, like, tolerable, then we'll play those. But I would say that's a must-play. Now, the sequels I've not played, but we are going to get to them. I hear some people really like Warriors Within, but it's a fucking, like, edgy, dark, broody game, and it's mainly a, like, God of War game. And the Two Princes, or whatever it's called. Two Thrones, sorry, not Two Princes. Two Princes! One who adores you! That's what I said. No. I hear it's kind of like a hybrid of the two. But, you know, we'll play them ourselves, find out about them. Let's see. Aha! Here's a good one. Oh, shit. Resident Evil Dead Aim's also on the list twice. Whoops. You go down there. Resident Evil 4. Great. Play elsewhere. So, let me clarify. Resident Evil 4, the original, I think is a masterpiece. I can't speak to the remake. I haven't played it yet. And I do have some kind of hot takes that it's actually, like, not a great Resident Evil game. You know, it kind of ruined the franchise for, like, a decade until we got Resident Evil 7. But, you know, I can't let that change how I feel about the actual game. I think it's so good. Holds up today. I still argue that I don't know if it even needed a remake. And it sounds like the remake both, like, because of the kind of backlash to Resident Evil 3 remake, which didn't really attempt to recreate the original game. Resident Evil 4 remake is, like, both a bit faithful, but tries to do its own thing. And, you know, we'll stream it one day. We'll see how I feel about it. But this PS2 version is really scuff. Some people don't remember it, how bad it looked. Resident Evil 4 was specifically made for the GameCube. The GameCube was a lot more powerful than PS2. The PS2 version of this game is rough. I specifically remember some of the... because I rented the PS2 version after having played, like, the GameCube version with one of my sisters. Some of the texture work looks broken on PS2. Like, there's specifically one of the village Ganados, the one with the white beard. When he opens his mouth, it looks like the texture's placed wrong. And it looks like if the mouth was here, it looks like it opens down here. So it looks like when he opens his mouth, it's his chin opening. It looks so weird. And all the cutscenes are pre-rendered videos and, like, low compression. And I think the game... like, I don't know if the gameplay is exactly the same. I would have to play it again and kind of do them side by side to see how they feel. But just don't play this version. Even if you're going to play an old version, play the GameCube version. Play the Wii version if you want. If you just want to, like, take any challenge out of the game because all the recoil disappears in that version. Obviously, the ideal way to play it now is to play the PC version with the what's the name of that mod? The mod where the guys in Spain found the real life sources for all the textures and took new pictures at, like, 4K and, like, remodeled all of the flat polygons to match the real world environments. That's the version to play. But you can also, you know, like, on PS4, PC, you can play it like 60 FPS. But yeah, PC with the fan, like, remaster mod, that's the version to play. It's insane how good that looks. And just the fact that, like, two enthusiasts on their own were able to, like, scour the country and find like here's the door they used, here's this wall they used for this texture and that kind of stuff. It's insane. Resident Evil Code Veronica. We actually played the PS2 version of this. I'm gonna put this in good. It has problems, but I love the story. I love the characters, even the bad ones. But it's definitely it's probably one of the weaker mainline Resident Evil games. The one that actually has a more justifiable reason of getting a remake than 4, because it's the one that you could improve on the most. It's also the canonical story follow-up to Resident Evil 2 and 3, so we've like skipped it in the story. That doesn't make sense. Alright, Rock Band, I'm also going to put as a great, play elsewhere. I can't imagine it plays well on PS2. Also, you didn't have DLC, you had to like buy DLC pack discs for that version. Very weird. The Scarface game, I've been playing a bit on my own. I'm going to say great, play elsewhere. So, this was like a multi-platform game. Now, on PS2, there is this interesting fact where every version has a bug. So the PS2 version has an effect where in gunfights or when you're at low health, Tony can be like covered in blood dynamically. For some reason, that effect is missing from every other version. It's not in the Xbox or the Wii or the PC version. Having said that, the PS2 version runs like shit. It's really pushing what the platform can do. Maybe in an emulator it plays okay. But it's a game that targets 30. It maybe runs at like anywhere between 10 and 20 frames per second. If you're going to play it, you can either play it on PC with the there's a fan remaster. But on console, I'd actually say the Wii version is the best version to play. Because unironically, they gave it like, you know, Wii aiming for the gun. So the original game is mostly a lock-on game. You can't really free aim. You just like lock on and then you can target body parts with the right stick. Which is fine enough, and it's better shooting than Grand Theft Auto had at the time. But on Wii, you actually can like, you get a bit more freedom with it. It runs better. They actually also like rebalance the game a bit as well. But yeah, just don't play on PS2. Despite what a video I watched claimed the PS2 was the best console version, just because of the fucking blood splatter effect. It's like, yeah, but it runs like fucking shit. It's basically unplayable at times. Alright, oh yes. Okay. Soul Calibur 2, masterpiece. We don't have any fighting games in this part yet. We actually haven't covered a lot of fighting games in this tier list. Soul Calibur 2, for me, is one of the best fighting games ever made. It's a weird thing that I hear a lot of like people in kind of the gaming review or coverage space that were like reviewing games in like the late 90s, early 2000s always say Soul Calibur 1, you know, because it was such an impressive Dreamcast title and it had so much content, and granted it does. The problem is that Soul Calibur 1, half of its roster are what I will deem as palette swaps. And what I mean by that is they are characters that have their own models and voice lines, but their moveset is entirely shared with another character. Soul Calibur 2 is even more refined gameplay, and all the characters now have original movesets. Like, sure, even the characters who are kind of similar, like Mitsurugi and Yoshimitsu, share some aspects. Son Mina and Kilik share some aspects, but none of them have one-to-one identical movesets. They're all original. The gameplay is so refined. The roster is really good. I think like the only roster member who's really just like didn't need to be in the game is Necrid. It's such a terrible design. It has really fun single player content, like unlocking all the weapons, the like master mode where you explore around and you get all the different missions and stuff like that. Obviously, there's the weird gimmick where the PlayStation 2, Xbox, and GameCube game had different rosters, where there was like one guest character in each one. One of the first fighting games to have a guest character, even. I guess like the only game before that was it was one of the Capcom Marvel games has like the Japan version has a character based off of a Japanese comedian, but we'll say it's like one of the first like video game cameo kind of styles, you know. But aside from that, like playing on PS2 is still good. Probably the best version to play these days is the Xbox 360 / PS3 remaster, because you know you get the game 1080p, still looks great in 1080p. Like the graphics hold up so well, and you also get both Heihachi and Spawn. Now I don't know how far progress it is. There is a fan hack in the works to make a GameCube version that has all three guest characters. However, I don't know how far along that is. When I last saw it, the movesets were in, but it was using existing models. They weren't able to import like the other versions models in. Soul Calibur 3, on the other hand, which is here. This is a game I put a lot of time into. It's a really good single player content game. However, the actual fighting is not as good. It's not as polished. Like the mechanics don't feel as polished. Some of the movesets feel like they added moves that are cool but don't really do anything. It's also weirdly buggy. It's like some weird animations. Voldo has this weird issue where his like kind of knuckle duster blades will just randomly spin while he's standing, and they're not supposed to do that. But it has so much content in it. I can't stress enough. Like, it's where they first had character creator, and the character creator actually lets you use unique movesets that aren't based on the main roster. Unfortunately, I don't think they're as fleshed out, so they're not as viable in combat. But just the fact they added like all these extra fighting styles you could play as. The new characters are cool. It still graphically looks really impressive. The arcade mode where you kind of like can pick your path and there's little interaction with characters. That's fun. They brought back like the interactable endings from Soul Edge, which is cool. Oh yeah, I think Minnie's bothering to go out, so I'm gonna have to wrap up soon. And the full-on like created character mode, where it's kind of like a mini strategy game where you have like a map with towers and paths, and you move your troops around. It's almost kind of like a Fire Emblem style, but it's not on a grid. And obviously when the troops fight, they either fight automatically, kind of like on the map, or you can take control of them. There's a lot of content. It's just, again, the actual fighting is not as refined. Now, there is the arcade version, where they actually did repolish the game. They added characters. They took some of the, like, guest characters who were only made of, like, creator character parts and, like, made them full characters. And it's supposed to be the version that has the, like, actual, like, competitively viable gameplay, but I've never played it. There is a work-in-progress PlayStation 2 hack that brings some of that stuff in, but that's still work in progress. And last I checked, I couldn't get it working on PlayStation 2. The tool I use to import games onto a HDD doesn't seem to recognize the ROM as a PlayStation 2 game, so I guess it only works in emulator. Which is weird, because I have other fan hacks. Like, there's a Mortal Kombat Deception hack I have that brings, like, all the missing, like, Deadly Alliance characters in. And that works on PS2. as far as I know. And there is also slow progress, but there has been some progress on the Play emulator, which emulates the the Namco hardware that was like somewhat PS2 based, that ran Soul Calibur 3 Arcade, which also has some like better graphics than the PS2 version. But I haven't really had the chance to play it. Okay, I don't want to go for much longer now. Okay, if my cat's bothering, I think I might have to wrap up. But we still have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, about 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 140. I'm going to say about 170, 180 games. Obviously, don't count these 4, because these are duplicates that I accidentally put on the list. And there's a chance that if people come in and they say like, oh, here's a game, what's your opinion of it, and it's not on here, we might add them as well. I do think I need to take a break. Funny enough, when I ate dinner before stream, but I actually couldn't finish it, and I think I need to go finish it now. And the problem is, I have a lot more I want to say. We've got the Tekkens to put in there. We've got the Time Splitters. I've got a lot to say about the SSX series. I've got a lot to say about all these Tony Hawk games. There's a lot of games in here, granted, that I'm looking at right now, and I know they're all like plan to play or might plays. Like this top row, besides from Persona and the pinball games, are all games that I've either not played or I've only played a little bit, and most of this second row is too. Okay, I'm going to do a couple more though. Shadow Colossus. Shadow Colossus masterpiece. I love this game. This is one of my favorite games of all time, even on PlayStation 2. And funny enough, like I mentioned earlier, the HD remaster has this like fatal issue where Wanda's grip is like, something's wrong with it, where he can lose his footing easier than he's supposed to. Like when we streamed it, the on hard mode, the Colossus with the beard, where you have to like grab onto his hand, and he's like keeps going like there's a part on PlayStation 2 that when you play it, you don't like wobble and go like, oh, I have to re-grip. On PlayStation 3, we were like almost never able to move when we were on his hand. You're supposed to like crawl and move to the other side of the hand. Oh no, he had a stab point on his hand, and I wasn't able to stab it properly. We eventually got it working, but it's definitely broken on there. But I love just the way the game looks, the environmental storytelling, and its like beautiful message. Oh, what song is this? I know this song. Hang on. Yeah, Devil May Cry. Yeah. Devils never cry, Trish. I should have been the one to feel Dark Soul with light. Sorry. Okay, let's not get distracted. But Shadow Colossus has such an amazing soundtrack. Oh, hey, Mai. Didn't know you're here. Hello, I'm back. It's me, I'm back. it's me, I'm back. Sorry, my voice. The sense of scale, like it's even though again the game doesn't run great on PlayStation 2, the sense of scale with the Colossi is so impressive to this day. And I think if you don't play the PS2 version in progressive scan, because progressive scan actually does kind of make the frame rate chug more, I think it is still playable. I'm feeling mostly better, yeah. I was feeling better enough that I wanted to be on camera again. Though I can feel that I am still a bit rough. But I'm not really coughing anymore. I do have a bit of a sore throat though. I'm gonna go make like a hot tea when I wrap up in a minute. But I love Shadow Colossus. Shadow Colossus is one of the games I wish I could play for the first time again. Like, if I could take a pill that would erase the game from my memory and then set up like multiple context clues and diaries that says, play this game, you'll love it. It will make you feel things. I would, because I just how impactful it was for me, and how deeply it made me feel, and the plight of the characters, and all that stuff, and the kind of bittersweet ending it has, which I won't spoil if you've never played it. Just play it. I think it's one where you're probably fine to play the remake. I just don't want to say that the remake is better, because it does not 100% capture the original art style. I've seen someone recently claim that there's also gameplay issues with that version, but I remember looking into this, and I have played the remake, though not as much. It's the version I've played the least, and I don't remember that. It definitely doesn't have the issues that the PS3 version has, so yeah, there is that. But, you know, probably playing it in an emulator where you can get rid of, like, the performance issues is the way to go. But just, it's such a beautiful game. Like, if you were ever, wanted to show someone a game where you wanted to really say, like, no, video game is an art form. And Team Eco were so... I don't know if it's quite the right term, but they're almost outside art. They're almost like outside art people in terms of video games, because most of the development team did not have a background in video games. Like, most of their background was with other forms of art and media. And I think that actually plays to its benefit, even though it does have pretty good gameplay. There was no kind of... they were doing things in their own way. It didn't feel like there was a lot of chasing what the current trends were. And in fact, I think Shadow Colossus is one of the most impactful games of its time. Like, the amount of games after this that would do this kind of sense of scale giant bosses that were like living platforms in a game, I think have God of War... Sorry, Shadow Colossus to thank. God of War, like, had some of that sense of scale, but it wasn't really playable until the sequels that clearly were influenced by Shadow Colossus as well. But even, like, fucking Legend of Zelda took influence from it, It's just a beautiful game. Just the environmental storytelling in the Forbidden Lands, like how desolate they make it feel, and how the music... Both the music and the absence of music, that's the important thing, make it feel. Also, if you're wondering what's going on down here, Minnie's on my lap. I think she wanted to leave the room, and now she's like, she doesn't know what to do, so she just came over and sat on me. So I'm just giving her little pets. But, she's a bit too low. Let's see if we could get her on camera. Can we get you on camera, Minnie? Oh! Let's do that again. One more time. Woo! Oh. I'll have to post more pictures of her. I have an Instagram account that I was posting pictures of her on like years ago, but I haven't updated it in a while. And I should start updating that one again. Because I think I have like 1,000 pictures of her on my phone. But yeah. Shadow Colossus is like a must play on like any platform. But yeah, I think you can even play it on PS2. Just pro tip, don't play it in progressive scan. It makes the frame rate too rough. I don't know if the widescreen mode hurts the frame rate that much though. Even though it does render more on screen, so maybe you could save some frames by playing in 4:3. I'm not sure. What are some other games that I really want to get to on this list? Because because I am gonna stop in a bit. You know what? Let's talk about these SSX games. So, original SSX is a launch title for the PlayStation 2. That is pretty good. I don't have too much to say because it is surprisingly very similar to SSX Tricky. SSX Tricky is basically a expansion update for SSX 1. But it does have a lot of the basis that was there. It has a lot of the style. The character models are a bit rough, but a lot of the levels are very similar. Like, they kind of remix the levels for Tricky. But it's kind of fun to go back to. But I would only put it under the good category. Hey, Minnie. You're best to sit there, Minnie, or you're going to fall off. SSX Tricky. Now, this might be a bit of a hot take. We'll see. We'll see. SSX Tricky is a great game. It has really cool style. The roster characters are really fun. The new levels and the changes to the existing levels are really good. However, I think a lot of people who say that SSX Tricky is the best SSX game haven't played it since. Hey GM. Hey, welcome back. Tearing these PlayStation 2 games as always. SSX Tricky, despite like the map updates, it also has a better campaign. There was some like issues with how the campaign worked a bit in SSX 1. The new levels, the additions to the music. No, the first game also has the dynamic music, but they really improved it in Tricky. No, it's okay if you're late. That's why I maintain the VOD channel. Here's the thing: when I started streaming, I knew I wanted to support people who could not watch live, because there's a lot of streamers that I almost never catch live because of time zones. I watch a lot of Vinny Vinesource. 99% of the content I've watched of his is his VODs on YouTube, because I just don't have... He streams, you know, at such particular times that... And also, you know, like if you want to pause and go off and do stuff and things like that. And yes, I'm full motion again. But SSX Tricky still has the same handling model as SSX1. And SSX1's handling model is kind of stiff in places. It's not as fluid to move around, and also like doing turns in the air is a bit janky. There are still some issues with the progression. To like unlock the new boards, you have to like go into this like trick list where you have to like tick off like do all the basic tricks under this tier, then this tier, and that unlocks the new boards. It's a bit weird, but it's still a great game to go back to. Funny enough, with SSX, I always insist that the PlayStation 2 versions are the best versions to play, because the game was always built around the PlayStation 2 controller. It works on a trick system that involves using all four shoulder buttons, where the different buttons you press grab different parts of the board, and then you use combinations of the trigger buttons to do different tricks. And then the problem with the Xbox and the GameCube is they didn't have the four triggers, so they would have to do some kind of wacky things to fix the bindings. SSX3 on GameCube, I believe, is basically missing one of the grab buttons, and there's actually a custom version of the Dolphin emulator that gives you the extra button back. And as someone who's played like SSX3 on Xbox, it just feels weird where you don't have all the triggers. But yeah, SSX Tricky still has like problems with like It also has the campaign in a weird way where you unlock... It doesn't have specific trick levels. That's new, where you have to... I think that's new in Tricky, where they made a campaign where you're focused on points, but you don't have unique levels for it. It's just the racetracks again. But the tracks are so good. They have so many, like, multiple path-throughs. Apparently, there's, like, a secret path in one of the tracks that a dev said that hasn't been found to this day. I don't know if that's bullshit or not, but apparently, no one's found it. But some of the handling is a bit rough to go back to. There isn't really, like, a combo system, and there's not too much customization to do. Like, you just have, like, unlockable outfits and boards and stuff. SSX3, though. SSX3 is, for me, a masterpiece. It is one of the best. It's the best snowboarding game that I've ever played. But I'd even say it's one of the best extreme sports games I've ever played. Which is... that's quite a statement, I know. But SSX3 feels better to play. It has a lot more finely tuned movement and trick and air system. It's... The campaign changes where you now have like an entire mountain you can explore, and it actually connects up, and it kind of feels like, oh, you actually are a contestant in a competition, and you're like exploring the mountain, and you like ride down to the tracks you want. There's a lot more character customization where you can now buy like top, bottom, head pieces, accessories. And you don't have like the weird unlock system where you have to do like, oh, do all the basic tricks to unlock this board and then do these, like that kind of stuff. I think it was unlocking outfits in Tricky. That's how you unlocked outfits. It was just a bit awkward. But really cool character, character customization system. They really expanded on like the character work in general. Something that was always distinct about SSX was that the characters had their own personalities and would talk to each other. SSX Tricky really built on that, but 3 builds on it even more, and there's even like little rivalries you can unite with people. Some of them set in the story, some of them happen dynamically, like if you're too rough with a certain character after a race or something like that. It's definitely built on the system that Tricky had though, where like characters would sometimes talk to you before a race and things like that. Now, SSX3 doesn't have the same kind of outlandish, super colorful art style, but it's not that much different. It's a bit more grounded because it's set on like just one individual mountain with multiple peaks. But I love the like even more futuristic take it has. Like some of the crazy rails and jumps and things like that. There are a lot more event variety where you get the big air events and the slope style events, and expanding on the off-peak stuff. Instead of just having one like uncharted track, you have like multiple off-peaks, and it's really engaging to be able to like freely move around the mountain, take lifts up, and you can even like go down the entire mountain in one go. But it doesn't feel like just a basic slope. Like the levels still feel finely tuned, they're just linked together really well. And it has a more varied soundtrack. It's still dynamic. It's not as smooth as Tricky in terms of like timing the music to your action and doing transitions and stuff, but it's still really impressive. It's also a soundtrack that like, even though it's of the era, I think it holds up better than some of the other EA soundtracks at the time. Like it feels in the style of those games. The only complaint I have about it is that the racetracks all link together. So if you go from Peak 3, you start in the off-peak track, then you go to a main racetrack, then you go to Peak 2's racetrack, and then you go to Peaks 1, and that's how you can like race all the way down the mountain. I wish they had also let you go down the slope style the super pipe and the big air ones and link back up to each peak hub, so you could go down, you could pick multiple paths down, you know? That's really my only complaint I have about the game. It's not even a complaint, it's just like, hey, this is the thing you should add, you know? But just like how much snappier the trick system is, all the move variety, there's a lot more like tricks. Instead of just having super tricks, they break them up into like multiple tiers, so you get like basic, then uber, then super uber, and how they build on top of each other. And you can actually like change what moves characters have if you want, just like to change different tricks around. And there's a lot more nuance. You can do like delay turns, you can like do slow turns and late and stuff like that. And there's an actual like combo system where the string moves together. Oh yeah, I'm out here. I'll read your messages, Lizard. Your take on Shadow, that's one of the most unique games of the time for me. I'm in love with it. Yeah, Amai mentioned the video you did. Which, if I'll try and remember, I'll give it a look. Oh, by the way, since I know you already have ranked the GTA games, a bit of fun Brazil trivia for you is that GTA San Andreas is pretty infamous around here because of multiple different modded versions. Oh, you know, I have heard a little bit around that. You know, because I know that for a long time, Brazil's video game market was like a grey market. Like, not like, you know, like, because of the whole import laws and stuff. Yeah, to be clear, like, these are extreme sports games. Like, you know, think of more arcadey style. But just having, like, a full campaign style that SSX3 has. And it's so, like, I can play this game to this day, and it's great. And you can, what's really cool, it is playable on Xbox One and Series console. So if you want to see the game running at like 1080p or higher, you can. It just, the controls are a little bit more scuff on there. But, like, I come back to this game all the time. It, like, even though I love the Tony Hawk series more, this might be my favorite extreme sports game. It's definitely my favorite snowboarding game, though. They also even have, like, free roam challenges on the tracks. Like, while you're not in the... If you just want to, like, freely go down the track outside of a race, they have mini challenges where you'll hit them. They go like, oh, get down this part of the track without touching the ground, or get down this section in, like, a specific route, and little bits like that. It definitely, like, reminds me of where, like, EA's, like, racing games were at the time, but it's a really fun spin on it. But, unfortunately, On Tour is a huge letdown. It is a big letdown for me. I did originally put this on the list, but I wanted to talk about it more in context to the full series. I get the feeling that SSX On Tour was not most of the original devs who worked on the series. It feels like different people worked on it. The handling is still the same, and that's good. However, we went from a series that ran at 60 FPS and had these, like, handcrafted, like, winding tracks. SSX On Tour has a very different aesthetic. They were going for this, like, this, like, emo punk aesthetic that doesn't really suit what SSX was. Instead of having these, like, interwinding, like, complicated tracks, they made, like, one big mountain. So while it does do the one thing I wanted, which was being able to race from the top to the bottom and pick which paths you were going on, because they've modeled it more like a realistic mountain, the tracks are really samey. Like, I've raced on all the different tracks, and I've messed with the game. In fact, I tried to finish it, and I couldn't, because its campaign also has problems. We'll get to that. But because of it, the tracks all feel very samey. There's not many tracks that, like, have stark differences, whereas in SSX3, each peak would have, like, different weather going on. Like, when you're at the top one, you would get, like, thunderstorms, Peak 2 would have a lot of like windstorms. When you got to like the second half of Peak 1, it was at night, and there would be an avalanche in certain areas and stuff like that. You don't really get that with on tour. It feels like there's nothing distinct about each track. The campaign you no longer play as the roster, you play as a creator character. So all of the mid-race dialogue, characters taunting each other, reacting to you like racing well or falling over or doing tricks, the like little cutscenes like before or after race events where you would like characters would taunt each other and stuff, that's all gone. And the character creator is not even that good. Like the parts are really generic. All the more like outlandish looking ski and snow gear is gone, and it just looks like real snow gear. It's really boring. The campaign structure is not as good as well, even though you have the peaks all connected. There's like basically little reason to free roam. Like, yeah, you can pick up the collectibles, but the challenges are gone. And you have to grind so much to, like, unlock things and level up. I tried to beat the game and gave up. I couldn't. They mess with the Uber trick system, where you now do tricks with the right analog stick. Now, I think this was done to try and fix the whole issue with the shoulder buttons. But it just feels weird. It feels really disconnected. It's not like the skate games where you do the flick tricks where it kind of matches what your feet would do. It's just like, push the stick up and rotate it left. Oh, that does this trick. Also, when you do the trick, the camera, instead of looking down the mountain, it goes 180 and looks at you from here. So you cannot even see where you're going and how to land. And it kind of ruins the doing those tricks. It makes them so much harder to land. It feels like all of the style that made SSX what it was gone, and then all the polish, and then the tracks are also just like way wider as well, so they don't really feel crafted anymore. It kind of feels like someone played Amped and they were like, we wanted to make the series more like Amped, and I do like the Amped games. I need to play more of the older ones though. But the SSX tracks had so much going on for them. Like, you'd have winding paths. SSX on tour, it feels like you're just on a slope, and then there might be like a narrow trench where you go, but you don't have like a track that will like wind in a spiral and you'll go like back and forth that much. They're just so basic. It's just so disappointing. It's funny because I saw on a tier list once that someone did not rank this the lowest, and they highlighted the combo system. The combo system is the combo system from SSX3. It's the same system. So it's just not worth playing. Like, if you liked any of the SSX games, just skip it. Even the fucking weird 2012 reboot, 2011, 2012 boot, though that is a flawed game, is, I would say, still better than On Tour. Like, it has more personality. Though it's like a bit different tonally, it has a better soundtrack. It has more going for it, more original ideas, especially the Eddie DLC. The Eddie DLC is like amazing. It's probably what the full game should have been like. No, that game also has the issue of like, it doesn't have the character dialogue as much. You don't get as much of that. Like, there's a little bit of it. And also, it uses like a loot-based gear system, which was like a huge mistake. It's like, no, if I want to wear this gear that looks like this, I should be allowed to. But you have to equip gear based on like its stats and like random drops and stuff. It was a weird choice. I guess they're like, if we do this, we can make the game like infinitely playable. But like, if your game's good enough, it's infinitely playable because replaying it's just that much fun, you know? Alright. Are there any more quick ones I could talk about? Okay. There's quite a lot here still that like I mentioned, I have a lot to say about Tekken. I have a lot to say about Time Splitters. I have a lot to say about some of these other ones. So I think I am gonna stop here for now. But here we'll kind of leave. This is the main thing to show, because most of the additions were to here for sure, and a bit here. But luckily we did not add any Just Bad games, even though I do have some that I think are going to be put there. We did find a couple more here, but our main additions were definitely up here. The top tiers here were definitely looking a bit sparse during the first one. I've definitely got to more of the like all-time classics here. Stuff that plays just as good if you play it today, even on original hardware. And a lot of these as well, still really good. And again, over the years, when I replay games or even stream them, there's a chance that some of these games might get moved around. And again, big caveat with a lot of these great play elsewhere games, some of these, if we were just judging the best version of a game, I would be putting in the masterpiece section. You know, stuff like Max Payne 2, Resident Evil 4, I would definitely put in the masterpiece section. It's just, I can't in good faith put those versions in there. But there we go. What I will do, like I did the first time, I will post the PNG of this tier on Twitter if you want to go through and gradually look through a lot. Now, granted, there is a lot of plan to play here. Some of these I have big streaming plans. Some of these I'll probably play on my own. And a lot of these as well, same thing. But that's, again, the PlayStation 2 library is huge. Again, this is not every PlayStation 2 game. There are over 4,000 PlayStation 2 games. This list has something like 500 to 700 on it. But there are a lot that even these ones, I have stuff to say about them. Because even if I haven't played them, I know about them through osmosis kind of thing. But I'm happy that we got to more of these games. You know. We added everything we added here. Fucking We Love Katamari, Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3, Okami, Prince of Persia, Soul Calibur 2, Shadow of the Colossus X63. Like, goddamn, this list is amazing. Like, this is why I have this. It's definitely a bit copium, but I don't think I can recall a lot of the PlayStation 2 library retro, because I don't think of these games as like retro video games. And I know that's because obviously I played them when they were new, but that's not what I mean. I mean, in terms of the history of video games, the retro era to me is everything up until this generation, because a lot of the design of these games carries over to modern games. Like when you play SSX3, if you play Soul Calibur 2, you don't play them and think like, oh, this is old game design that we don't use anymore. You know, they remastered We Love Katamari. It doesn't feel like an old game. It just feels like a stylized game. Like, the only games really on this list where there's some kind of dated stuff, and I don't like to use that term, but definitely like, oh, there are more modern advancements on the design, is stuff like some of the stuff in the Grand Theft Auto games, some of the rhythm games not having like delay settings, some stuff where like these games not having like checkpoint systems. Silent Hill 2 mainly has a really bad hard mode because it's not very well tuned, and there's some like menu stuff that could be improved. But yeah, when an art direction is, exactly, when an art direction is good, a game becomes timeless. Okami is not how can you improve on the visuals of Okami? Like, yeah, you could display them at a higher resolution, but it doesn't, the actual art style like is it's peaked its own art style, you know? And that's the case for a lot of games on here. Like, there are some where the graphics are less of the concern. Definitely the Grand Theft Autos. Definitely, I'd say, like, Metal Gear Solid 2. Like, its graphics were really impressive for the time, and it's still cool it runs at 60 FPS. I feel like Metal Gear Solid 3 has a more timeless look, however. Though, the series... Metal Gear Solid 3 has a big problem where they didn't lip sync to the English dialogue. So there's a lot of, like... There's a really famous scene where the boss is talking to you, and she leans up to you and she goes... Run. It's like, what? Come on, guys, you could have... Like, you didn't even... Like, apparently whatever she originally said, they didn't want to keep. But she still like, she still animates. And even in Metal Gear Solid 2, like, a lot of the dialogue is animated basically how I'm animated, you know? I don't have a lot of mouth movement. I'm up, down. I can kind of do this, but not really. You know, I don't have lips. That's the curse of being a baghead. You're lipless. I have no lips, but I must... See, I can't even flap them. I don't have them. Don't have a tongue either. Where is it? It's gone. It's not there. But yeah, this is... And even including, like, this tier list... God, you could have such a fun time with this console, still. And yeah, this is definitely a very personal list. The survival horror games are up here very high. The hack and slash stuff is very high. Especially the light gun shooters. I don't think most people would put these games as high tier as I would. But, you know, they just don't know how... They just don't know. I know. I know. Alright, let me... get back to the just chatting mode here. Here we go. All right. Okay, I'm just gonna stop the music here because that's gonna play. Alright, well, that was the PlayStation 2 tier list. I hope you enjoyed it. And, you know, I'm back in all my vizier, my glory. And, oh wait, hang on, I put the wrong camera on again. Sorry. Let me fix it. There we go. Sorry, that's the wrong camera. I know what happened there. Oh, I keep doing that. I'm not used to being on camera. I forget which camera to look at. That camera just makes things look weird. I look really small in that camera. I'm not like a tiny guy. Like, I'm not the hugest guy, but, you know, I'm 5'8". Weirdly enough, I'm the tallest person in, like, my immediate family. Everyone else in my family are all, like, closer to, like, 5 foot. I'm the only one who managed to break out of the cycle and reach average heights. But there we go. Unfortunately, we did not finish this tier list today. It took longer than I thought because I realized I have so much to say about these games, probably too much. And heck, I even like covered some stuff that we'd put in the tier list before. I had more to say. But I'm happy to be back on camera. It's been a while. I am gonna have to take it easy for the weekend though, because yeah, I can feel that I'm not, you know, I've got whatever, like, you know, I guess when you've been sick for a while, you just like feel exhausted, like you've been working overtime for like 2 months or some, like for like a month. It feels the same. I still feel like I'm past the sickness. I'm just recovering now. But you know, I'm back on camera and I'm very happy about it because I just felt like naked before being a PNG. It's like, wait, something's wrong here. There's supposed to be like something here. Where is it? It's here now, thankfully. But There we go. We'll leave the tier list here for now. I'll save it, don't worry, and I won't have to remake it from scratch this time, so we'll come back to this tomorrow. Nope, not tomorrow. I'm not going to be here tomorrow. Don't come find me. I won't be here. Sorry. Next week, next Saturday, I'll finish this tier list. I promise. Because how much we have left, I think I can get that done in like a 3 to 4 hour stream. I believe on Tuesday, we are going to start Sekiro, though. That was a long delayed stream because I was going to start it in January and then I got sick. And I really wanted to be back on camera for it. But I should be good to play it on Tuesday. And we'll do that for Tuesday and Thursday. And if I do think of a bonus stream, I'll let you know. But probably while I'm like getting back into like the full gear of things, I don't think that will be immediate. And then yeah, we'll finish this up on Saturday. Figure out what's going on in the horizons. But I don't know how long Sekiro is. I imagine it's not as long as most of the Souls game because it's not a full RPG. But we'll start on Tuesday. Just see how it goes. Yeah, so. And yeah, if you want to check out the previous tier list videos, the first part's already up on YouTube. This will probably go up like Sunday evening or Monday morning. Because you have to leave it like 24 hours or something, which is apparently funny about that. I don't know, but I always kind of stagnate them out a bit. But you can find the full bit. You miss anything? Because I know Twitch is not the best place for watching the highlights, but I do highlight stuff on Twitch if you don't want to wait. It's all on there. But thank you for coming to the show. I hope you enjoyed the show. I was your host, Johnny Baghead, and yeah, it's great to be back in the sack. Does that sound weird out of context? I don't know, but I said it. And yeah, have a good night, everyone. I'm gonna go finish the burger that I was eating for dinner and have a lay down. But yeah, take care. Bye. And I'm gonna finish the stream. Oh yes, I remember how to do this.